I love ice cream.
What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you.
This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things have changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the men in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth. $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated.
We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening.
Hello. How are we all doing? I'm back once again. Once again on the regularly scheduled time. I did it. I'm actually streaming once a week. Please clap for me. Please commend me. 2 weeks in a row, live on time. It's beautiful. It's incredible, folks. How are you all doing? Did anyone subscribe before stream? Elite Rose, thank you. I believe that's it. New 40K video. I saw that video. It's like the original first edition thingy, right? It's cool. It's the thing you need to realize about 40K that I realized is that it's literally all hype moments in Aura. That's like the whole franchise, and there are hype moments in Aura in that, so I'll hand it to them. Anyway, yes. How are we all doing? This mess because you celebrating your birthday. Well, happy belated birthday, Ralph Koa. Congratulations. I hope it was nice. I also no, because I streamed last week. I think that was the last, the most recent stream since my birthday, which was on the 16th. On Lego drama. Wait, what's the Lego drama? Root anti-Oedipus. Nice. Congratulations. Buckle up. Mormons are stealing Lego. Okay, that makes me more confused than before. There was a post earlier. Okay. I'm still did a bunch of Mormons steal some company stole $200,000 worth of Lego and they're Mormon? I think, is this evidence that Mormonism is real existing anti-capitalism? That this is praxis? It's the Pope is against AI, and the Mormons are the ones who are actually firebombing the Walmart. That's my take. Still, the more I learn about this in the last Utah is AES. Yes, the more I learn in the last 5 minutes, the more confused I have been about it. But good for them, I guess. Have you guys seen that video of Kevin Spacey? Kevin Spacey dances and sings in Tel Aviv. Have you guys seen this video? What is he doing? I need to make that I need to replace this GIF for the subscriptions with Kevin Spacey doing this, because it's maybe the funniest thing I've seen in my life. Is that supposed to be tap dancing? I will say, I will hand it to him here. This is the one place, the one instance of Kevin Spacey ever that I have seen of that. This is a dance of a guy who molests children. Absolutely, you can only do this dance if you've touched kids. Absolutely, 100%. But it's the only time I've seen Kevin Spacey not do Frank Underwood, and I think it's because he's trying to do Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra in this type of old white pedophile's brain is the coolest type of guy. Do you know what I mean? That may be Frank Sinatra. Yeah, exactly. He is. Kevin Spacey is one of those Reddit guys who thinks Frank Underwood is so cool. He has psyoped himself into becoming that. So it's of course, if you are one of those guys, you're going to do Frank Underwood, even when there are sexual assault allegations, and you're I need to make a really weird, ambiguous video. I don't even what was this supposed to do? Do you know what I mean? I forgot about this, but it was the most confusing thing ever. So he had allegations, and then he responded to the allegations by coming out as gay. And then there was another trial where there were multiple trials where people were suing him for rape, and then they would die under mysterious circumstances. It was him dabbing on us? Yeah, you're probably right. Actually, you know what? My favorite Kevin Spacey thing. Who is his name? Is the Tudman or whatever. How do you pronounce? He played the first Croatian president in this obscure Croatian movie about Tudman, the first president of Croatia. And of course, he's just doing Kevin Spacey. Of course. It's one of the funniest. And I should turn this up. You can see so you could think okay, well, how is Kevin Spacey, who is now completely washed, no one wants to work with him, he has to go and is it washed actors who do evil shit go to Slavic countries to get work?
For us Croats, however, This is also a time for the end of a long past.
He just does it with, he just does it straight Frank Underwood.
Filled with effort, sacrifices, and loyalty, crowned on January
Yeah, it's the Polanski one. It's Polanski went to
13th,
France.
1992, when the Vatican was among the first.
It really feels like, it really feels like, you know, hearing
an independent Croatian state.
No, this wasn't an ad. This was a movie. This was like a Croatian movie. Anyway, I was just thinking about that Kevin Spacey video of him dancing in Israel. Anyway, what else has been going on recently? I watched the final game of the Thunder versus the Spurs NBA. I feel like I haven't been watching that much NBA recently. Because Jokic is just washed. My GOAT. Tudjman. NBA season is not over. It's the finals. It's the Spurs and the Knicks. Which is a fascinating... I feel like I'm just... At that point, I don't care who wins. It's Wembanyama versus the Knicks. And regardless of whether the Knicks win or lose, it's going to be funny. Because it's New York related. And the Knicks haven't been in the finals for a while. I was thinking about tweeting... Spurs in 5? Yeah, probably. I was thinking about tweeting, isn't it cute that New Yorkers think the Knicks are actually going to win this year? But I think people would kill me. I think people would come to my house with a gun. And like some of whom are my mutuals. I know plenty of people in New York who are very happy about this. And I don't want to rain on their parade. Your mom recommended me to you. That's fascinating. Well, shout out to all the moms watching the stream. Cause yeah, I mean, look, if they win, I'm happy for them. But like,
in about an hour, I'm gonna piss away 20 grand. What are you gonna bet on the Knicks?
Yeah, you know. So yeah, it's cute. It's funny that the New Yorkers are walking around, thinking they're about to win a ring. Shout out to good for Wembanyama. I'm proud of him. But yes, the finals. I just hope everyone has fun. I don't care, regardless of who. What are the odds on it? Versus, because the Knicks do have an advantage because they finished their series earlier. Because like going from playing Game 7 to playing in the finals is like a lot, and you don't have as much time to. They're gonna be. You think the Knicks are gonna be too rested? They're gonna be rusty. That's an interesting angle. No, yeah, the Spurs are 2-1 favorite. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, again, like if Wemby wins, I'm happy for him. The emotion, the emotion was great. What did Gus had a good tweet about how Wemby was making like anime villain faces to celebrate. What is... I can't find... What is Gus's fucking... What is his at? I cannot find it. Here we go. Oh. Anime character in pain style faces when he was celebrating. But I'm happy for him. I have enjoyed... The Twitter discourse is so interesting, especially like going from not looking at it to like looking at it a bit again, where you're like not really acclimatized to like this really stupid discussions people have. Because like someone will post like you know, Maiko, he's gonna win, and then it's Wembanyama in like the Mao hat or whatever, and someone quote tweets it, being like, you fucking idiots, like he's a billionaire, he's not a Marxist. And it's like, I mean, you know, maybe someone's actually posting that sincerely, but it's like, sometimes it feels like 99% of engagement on that site. It's like, let me go on the getting mad at people site to get mad at people. You pronounce Wembanyama very well. I feel like that's not a difficult name to pronounce. Oh, did I pronounce it wrong? You mean really poor? The other thing that's incredible that we can talk about. Difficult for Reggie. The funniest news of all time. More Graham Plattner drama, which I will call this drama. This is like a thing that you hear, like it's like, you know, it's like interpersonal of like, oh, did you hear what, you know, Graham and his wife have been up to? And it's like, oh, you know, but like, latest Plattner scandal involves sexting other women earlier in his marriage. Which, you know, like, who cares? Who's a fuck? I don't care. It seems like they have a fight, you know, it's none of my business. But it's just so funny that they just like, the more I hear about this guy, yeah. But polyamorous king, exclamation point. He's caught on Kick. That's so beast. Yeah, you should see the tattoo that's on his dick. Because that one, he's not getting rid of that one. There's no one can. Even more Nazi tattoo found, tattooed like right above his dick in leaked nude photographs. Graham Plattner caught texting Sissy TS Grinder account. He's the people's candidate. He's the people's candidate. That is like, again, the most like downwardly mobile petty bourgeois, like Democrat slopulist, like rural New England guy thing ever. He really is a people's candidate. In the sense that, like, I feel like everyone in America, like a lot of people, like kind of identify as downwardly mobile petty bourgeois. Like, spiritually, most Americans feel as if they are from a wealthy family being financed by it, and like knowing that they are on the downward rung and that their business is not going to do as well, but that they are fundamentally identified as like self-employed. There's something spiritually to American society that, so it makes sense. Like, he's doing well in the polls, isn't he? It was Maine. That's the state. Oh no, is Mills ahead? Holds 9-point lead over Collins in new poll. No, Mills dropped out, right? Okay. Yeah, he's gonna win. He's probably gonna win. Which again, yeah, if you want, the Democrats are tired of their leadership because their leadership has been very stupid. And their response is like, we're gonna elect our own guys. And it turns out their own guys are stupid because they're Americans. And America is stupid. Yeah, but it's that is like an ultimate pleb filter, is whether you think Plattner's working class. Because it's like, well, then you just think of class as like a cultural signifier, and you don't have an actual material analysis of it. Yeah, he is one stroke away from declaring his undying loyalty to Israel. Absolutely. So who knows? What else have I been posting on the internet? I posted this on Blue Sky. Guy at a sushi restaurant looked at me and said, "Wow." That was funny. I also get I really like the Instagram reels that I get. Like this lady. Can we normalize not scrolling past smaller artists just because it's Afropop by a Croatian who isn't trending? This is the first time this sentence has ever been said in the world. This is a monkey in a typewriter. And it had 400 likes. I said that last year. That's so fair. Grand Plan is going to announce he's a sovereign citizen. Yeah, that's going to be great. He's going to announce that he is the sovereign of Maine. It's like the inverse of 90s European house music. That's true. It's like, and in the same sense that European house music, 90s European house music is good. But if it says Serbian instead of Croatian, you would eat that up. That's true. That's so true. Trying to think of the if Kevin Spacey, instead of being the first president, playing the first president of Serbia or of Croatia, he played Milosevic. That would have been fire. That would have been awesome. In a film that's like made to praise him, like but anyway, yeah. What else? I'm trying to think of what else is going on in my life. I'm playing Magic the Gathering. I put together a commander deck that I like. What do you think? What are my Magic the Gathering colors? Do you guys think? If you play Magic the Gathering. Okay, I don't remember all the Esper is blue, white, black. What's on my lip? Oh, it's a piercing. White, blue, green. Harry Mabas is fun. I wish I got that fucking Storm deck. Right? Okay, the problem is that the acronym is so annoying because 2 of the colors are blue. Or 2 of the colors start with a B. So I always forget. A non-blue game. I feel like white, blue. Blue, black. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just blue. It's just anything with blue. I am unfortunately a blue player through and through. I'm annoying and I like taking a million years with my turn. I feel like prowess is the funnest. The most fun. Yeah, it's fun to counterspell people. Bug instead of Abzan. Yeah, I'm not gonna the 3. My commander is Gale with Scion of Halaster. So it's a Dimir. It's a blue-black control deck. And the win con is Oracle Doomsday, which I realize is like a little bit too good. So I might make it Doomsday Laboratory Maniac. That's hilarious. It's very annoying. I'm a very annoying person. In case you haven't noticed. Waterdeep Prodigy, yes. Gale the abused boyfriend from Waterdeep, yeah. Gale did like, I feel like there's no way of being, people use the word grooms too much. And like where it's like a 25-year-old is like, someone I met last year groomed me. And it's like, you were not, but you are allowed to use groomed as an adult if you got like molested by a real god. Do you know what I mean? Like a god can groom you regardless of how old you are. Like that's an adult grooming victim. Gale's the single adult who is a victim of grooming as an adult. It's funny. I do not care for Gale as a character. I do not care for Gale as a character. He's just kind of annoying. Like he is like a very like nice guy, like a Reddit nice guy sort of situation. So I did not care for him as a character in Baldur's Gate. but I do like him as a commander. It's cool. He uses lots of graveyard recursion. It's if you have an instant in your graveyard and you cast a sorcery, you can put that instant. You can cast that instant, and then if you cast an instant, you can cast a sorcery immediately right after, which is cool because then you can cast sorcery stuff at instant speed. I like it. It's fun. I've been having fun with it. Goddess girlfriend, magical prodigy, self-insert as character. Yeah. That is like the thing about Baldur's Gate that I think is good is that it kind of does write characters. When you think of like good characters in TV, it's a very similar good character writing in games is very similar to that. I feel like they're very TV style, TV but choose your own adventure. Garfield's Secret Lair? No, I don't think so. It does. I don't look. I've just started. I don't know where the line is for that sort of thing. I feel like after all the Ninja Turtles pizza stuff, like this isn't that bad, right? One of the ones that I was like, I can't tell whether I hate it or I love it, is the SpongeBob counterspell. Those who are unfamiliar, a counterspell, what a counterspell does is pretty straightforward, I guess. But you can do there's different artworks for the same spell, and one of them is the SpongeBob meme. And I can't tell if this is like genuinely the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, a fortune posthumously successful horror film, the Backrooms or whatever, right? That's so fascinating. Fortune is such an interesting entity culturally speaking because like it's so washed and it's so incredibly washed and it's been washed for like an entire decade. This is also the one that's got the alternating caps lock is $175 US on the market. Isn't that awesome? Isn't this game great? Isn't that cool? For a piece of cardboard that was like printed relatively recently. What was I even talking about? I cannot remember. It's so people make their living off it. Yeah, I mean it is. Oh, Backrooms. Yeah, that Fortune is so incredibly washed culturally speaking, and it has been for like more than a decade, but it still keeps creating culture. It's still like an oddly large source of cultural products, and like remains so somehow. It's kind of inexplicable. It may be just something about the forum in general. The lack of real accounts. How there are like you can have like a trip, but like people make fun of you for it. It's like deeply embarrassing to have like a through line, account or whatever equivalent on that website. Everything is very ephemeral, I guess. Which creates like an ecosystem that's like very it's quickly destroyed because it's driven by like, let's say there's a group of like savvy funny posters who drive a particular culture and make things interesting and create these noteworthy cultural products, but like they kind of just get like washed out because you can't keep track of people. So maybe the take here, my interpretation of why is because like people are allowed to experiment more with odd, weird, funny sort of posting styles to do new things, but then like those styles, it's much harder for them to solidify because you can't really keep track of like, oh, there's this. In every other forum, as far as I'm aware, it's like, oh, let's look at this one poster. or most forums that are, especially particularly most forums that are still used, it's like, oh, let's look at this poster and see what they're saying. They're so funny. You know, if you think of like the cultural influence of drill, let's say, which is still very old, you know, that sort of like weird Twitter thing. If drill was just like posting anonymously on 4chan, a lot of those, you know, the posts still would have been done well, and there's a sense in which you're maybe more motivated, or there's a greater ease of access to making your like silly, goofy, unique posts. But then like you don't get anything for a post doing well, and people aren't able to keep track of you, so it's much easier for your other posts to kind of slip through the cracks. That's my read on it that I've invented just now. I don't know if that's actually true. Probably not. So you gave him something awful? Yeah, I think so. My nose is slightly stuffy today, I think. It's from acid reflux. I'm on antibiotics, which I think should help the acid reflux. But it's a pain in the ass because in the short term it makes it worse. Which is annoying. But it is good, honestly. Wow, Zav, thank you. New feature. I see. Been a moderator for 6 years. You love to see it. Wow, it's been a long fucking time, hasn't it? Damn. Damn. I've been doing this for a while. What was I talking about? I cannot remember. On you for a year. Nice. Congrats. Many such cases. Twitch moderator. Many such cases. Livbrarian Twitch moderator. Many such cases. Yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, on genuinely many such cases. And many such cases where it's like the E starts after the moderation starts. Yeah. Oh yeah, but acid reflux. It's been nice to like be forced to not drink. Of like, no, I actually can't do it. Because it's very easy to do the thing of like, what's 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 maybe beers in a night. I'm having a good time, you know, come on. But being like, no, I have to have 0 is quite helpful. It's just proof that I'm not developing a clinical addiction. The problem is, this is the thing I feel like the sign of whether you're like a real actual adult is your capacity to do this. You know when you have like 2 beers and you're like, this is a great feeling. Now, I'm just gonna have like, I'm just gonna have another beer and maybe another one, and it's gonna be this feeling but even more. And then of course it's not. And then there are a bunch of negative feelings that are introduced. That it's not just, you know, the moderation itself is a part of why 2 to 3 beers feels good. Like having the capacity, having the foresight to be like, okay, I've had 2 to 3 beers. 2 to 3 more is not going to make me feel any better. That feels like a basic test if you're like actually really an adult. Because you know that, rationally speaking, that this is not going to work. But it's like, but I still want another one. You push through the bad back to the good. In my experience, it doesn't happen. I was on a real adult last night. It happens. When was the last time I overdrank? Honestly, I feel like it's been a while. I went to EDC in Las Vegas. It's an EDM music festival. Was that a couple weeks ago now? Maybe 2. And I feel like I didn't have to be that drunk to enjoy it, which is good. I feel like a lot of people go to those and they're like really wasted and they like, oh, I can't remember stuff. And I feel like it's like, what is the point of going somewhere if you're just gonna just get that inebriated or on other drugs? Like, you can just do that anywhere. You don't have to spend money on a plane ticket and a hotel ticket. I missed the Heart Attack Grill closing in Vegas. That's such a yeah, because that was the other thing I was going to was the Heart Attacker Grill. Honestly, to me, going to Las Vegas, all of the grills were Heart Attack grills. If I was in any of those fucking restaurants and you were like, this is the Heart Attack Grill, I'd be like, I'm fucking sure it is. I'm sure it is, brother. With these portions? Yeah, I bet it is. America, I will say, credit to America, and particularly Las Vegas, is like Americans are real good at just making slop. Like Americans make the best slop. You can go to any restaurant in America and be like, can I have your slop, please? And it's like coming right up, ma'am, and it's the best slop you've ever had in your life. It's a slop nation, absolutely. I really enjoyed this post, but I don't think anyone else did. It's really just such a horrific country, but particularly city. Like, it's like the worst of America. It's someone doing an impression of America, but they are Americans. I've said this before, that like Vegas isn't a real place. Vegas is pretending to be. It's like it's a floating signifier. It's pretending to be the image of it that it is produced in media. It is a fuck. What's the it's hyper real. It's a what is the Baudrillard? Fuck. Simulacra, thank you. Yo, you know the thing. A simulacrum. Macrum is singular. I Love Sugar's a franchise because this is just ridiculous. This is just the worst fucking thing I've like. It's I Love Sugar, and then like in the middle there, it's like the Marvel fucking superheroes or something. This is like a caricature of America. Again, it's like I can't believe that the thing is actually real, and it's not just a thing that people pretend is real to make fun of Americans. Yeah, it's just horrible. Like there's no sense of shame. This is what people do with the world's super profits, is they make I Love Sugar. But I don't think people care. This amused me greatly as a joke. And on the pedestal these words appear, I love sugar. A store called I Love Sex. I would be like, one thing I will say about Vegas is that it was very interesting. Like, I can't say that I was there and I was like, yep, this is the life, being in Las Vegas. But I was very intrigued by it. Of like, this is a new experience where I'm going to learn something about the world. I'm going to experience it viscerally experience something about the world that's going to affect me. And in the same sense, if there was a store called I Love Sex, I feel like that would be very interesting. Miami Beach is worse. That makes sense. Miami feels like a new version of Vegas to me. Before, like, it's not like Vegas where it's like completely dead. Riordan, thank you. You didn't miss any Bidens. Does forgetting Simulacrum count as a Biden? Probably. So I have bad news depending on when you came in. You may missed a Biden. There's one Biden now in the world, everyone. They have so many names. In my city, it was called It's Sugar. That's awesome. I'm sure it's an American store. I'm sure it is sugar. I'm not surprised one bit that it's sugar. What was I gonna say? Yeah, deeply disturbing society. Because Canada is just America in a certain respect, but it's really not in another respect. It feels very different. I want to say I've certainly been to like every. What do we think? How many major cities are there in Canada? Is it like 3? Maybe 4? Like, cause I've been to every major city in Canada. If it's 3, I've been to every major city. I've never been to anywhere in Alberta. Like anything in the plains, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in whatever they have on the Canadian Great Plains. No, thank you. Have I been to PEI? I haven't, but I feel like I would enjoy PEI. It's Toronto, and Toronto. We have Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal. Maybe throw in a Quebec City there. Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. Halifax before Quebec is crazy. That's crazy. Al Qaeda offshoot called Alberta. That's like that you are thinking like a Ontario or BC like liberal resistance, like Canadian resistance mom or whatever. Where it's like, oh, because they're so conservative, they're basically Muslims. You are truly thinking like a resistance lib, Canadian resistance lib. I have a question. Is the A dish is the U.S. or Canada? Is there a dish in the U.S. or Canada that uses vanilla? Surely. Vanilla? I mean, there must be. Like vanilla extract or something? Just like vanilla. There must be. Nanaimo bar uses vanilla, doesn't it? It's a BC staple. We live in a Nanaimo bar, don't we, folks? Well, I've been to every major Canadian city broadly, and it is like, it is different. America is different. Even Seattle is just different. It's just kind of worse. I mean, maybe that's its own. Vancouver, Seattle is its own dynamic because it's just Seattle is just Vancouver if they made a literal fucking 13-lane highway and put it through the middle. It's just like the most evil thing ever. Is London fog a Vancouver invention? That's fascinating. Surely that's not true. Do you guys, is this one of those things where like you guys don't know what a London fog is as a drink? Like that's like a thing that it was invented in Vancouver, Canada. That's insane. That's so bizarre. It's a great drink. You don't know that one? Is it Earl Grey and then like skimmed milk? Or not skimmed, yeah. Like frothed milk. And there's like maybe some vanilla syrup, yeah. Steamed milk, sweetener. It's a great drink. They're talking about the sex position. Is this one of those, is this a real sex position? Or is this like, because I feel like when I was like 14, and it was like, oh, have you heard about the sex position called the Cleveland Steamer? And it's like, what ridiculous thing in our Urban Dictionary. I feel like in my puny brain, who shouldn't have been exposed to these concepts in general, like I thought that people were like really doing that, and then they called it that. The Cleveland Steamer. I can't remember what the Cleveland Steamer was, whatever that Urban Dictionary post was, but I don't believe you. I don't think that that's true. I think that's a thing that people on Urban Dictionary who were also presumably 14, had a bit I had too early internet, but like a bit earlier than me. Internet access came up with, and they thought it was funny. Because whenever someone says like a ridiculous thing is a sex position, it's like it's not actually. There's an Urban Dictionary post about it. You can't tell this maggot. Listen, we're at CPAC. CPAC 2020. Sometimes I worry that I do get too ironic. And that my assumption that the underlying analysis that's happening that like to me feels obvious, that I don't like have to make, because it's like I don't want to be one of those like leftists who just like makes an obvious analysis where it's like, yeah, this is happening because capitalism is bad, and it's like I trust you all to know that. or to, if you disagree, to not be convinced by a basic argument. But sometimes it gets a little, it can get a little much. I'll be the first, probably not the first actually, given my Twitter mentions, the first to admit. I'm interested people to know anything in 2026. Everyone has COVID brain. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing about like a lot of those, like the people who are still tweeting about how like there is a pandemic and COVID's really bad and you need to mask, is like, and that everyone's brain is ruined by COVID, is like, they're probably right. Like that's probably true. Generally, you don't believe me? That's crazy. They're probably correct about all of that. There really is no but there. It's one of those things that like people are gonna look back on and be like, unless like the way that like the common cultural memory about that is diffused irrationally. Unless that happens, like people will look back and be like, well, yeah, why did everyone just like stop caring about that? It seems like there's all these empirical, it's like smoking. It's our generation's version of smoking. You know that like people sometimes have this thing of like, what is, everyone used to smoke and they thought it was fine, despite like there being some empirical data, I think for a long time, that it like clearly wasn't. They thought it was fine. I wonder what our generation's version of that is. Or like leaded paint or something. It's just like going places without masks now. Or like particularly like in like an airplane, and just not thinking about it, because the people think it's vaping, like randomly dubbed, but I feel like it's too obvious. It's too obvious of an answer. I feel like it is just not caring about COVID. Like there was a post, like I want to say that was like a couple years ago, but this lady posted like how she travels, or how they try, because I feel like there's a higher rate of like the conservative thing of like there is a higher rate of pronouns for people who are COVID conscious is the term, but like how they're traveling, and it was like they used like it was like 2 N95s or something, and then this like big mask over their eyes, and people were like making fun of it. And like I'll like when I at least when I'm in an airport and on a plane, I will like mask. I feel like that's like a good idea for myself and for anyone else, particularly when like you visited a place and you're going back. It's just very easy to spread. As far as I'm aware, it's a place that's very easy to spread germs, and you can be, you know, positive without knowing it, whatever. Everyone was making fun of that individual, but like, how many Americans wouldn't die, you know, every holiday? It's the deaths are getting lower now because I guess COVID is getting more like flu-like. Is my vague understanding. But like, how many Americans wouldn't die every Christmas if just everyone traveled in an airport like that? Like, it's probably a lot. And like, is that really the worst thing ever? Is on your travel day you have to wear the N95? Maybe the mask is a little bit much. Who had wastewater data super low recently? Yeah, it might have been. Yeah. Thoughts on communization theory? I feel like I haven't thought about that in like a little while, but it's interesting. It's an interesting response to, I guess, is the problem presented in the 20th century about like why. What is the problem with the Marxist project in the 20th century, and how do you change it? Or how can it be done differently later in the future? If I only smoke half of the cancer and eat healthy. Asking my friend Chuck Schumer. If I only smoke half of the cancer and eat healthy, I mean that should be fine. This is another. There's a discourse on the internet I remember. This is the the problem with me not being online. Is a much better peace of mind, but then I'm like, I can't talk about how annoying people are on Twitter because I don't know the ways they're being annoying. I couldn't tell you. There was my favorite recent discourse that I heard from my friend. It's nice to have friends who are online who can complain about the internet to me, so I at least get an image of discourse. One of them was like, Lolita, the book is problematic. Like that's beast mode. That's an awesome one. I don't think we can trust Zoomers with anything. Lolita Discourse is so incredible because it's such an incredible book. It's such an incredible insight into how like abuse works and how people justify abuse. Nice watch, thank you. It has my girlfriend on it. If you read Lolita, you become a pedophile. Or like, is the discourse like only a pedophile could have came up with this? Or like it's glorifying? I don't even know. Well, there's one thing it's AI. Yes, my girlfriend is AI generated. Yes. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. Any thoughts on what it is that there aren't more larger leftist streamers other than Hassan? I mean, they're just like, it's a very right-wing cultural moment. I think that's one of the main things. Because you can see, like, Hassan has been pushed towards the center in the Overton window. He did that interview recently with the guy who did The Daily Show after John Oliver, or not John Oliver, Jon Stewart, who, like, I don't think was Trevor Noah. Because I saw it, like Hassan is now being like, I'm not a communist, I'm a socialist. Like, you can see he's being pushed, and like, I know Black and Dominican. I think that there's a difference there. You can see discourse wise that you know it's like the least lib thing he's done as of recent. Yeah, I mean, he has the feds on his ass, so fair enough, I guess. But you can see it's a very right wing cultural moment, and that kind of. But also, it's just like, what other? The response to that is like, what other political streamers are there in America who are like Hassan? Because you could say like Asmongold is like the Groiper streamer. Who's the lib version? Who's the lib Hassan Piker? So the question of like, why aren't there more leftists like Hassan? It's like Destiny, right? Like it's Dean Withers is probably the real answer. Enough Kamzina guy, that's true. Asmongold getting mad about his stop on Hassan's stream was funny. Oh yeah, there was such a funny clip from that. So the real answer is like, is there any other streamer of a comparable size? Scarlet Rain, thank you. Like, is there any other streamer who like is like has the equivalent size of like getting near tangent on Hassan? Oh god. Of getting like a Gavin Newsom on a stream. Where's my Twitter signed out? I'm so confused. I'm an adult, so I can say that Trump admin weaponizing the justice system against dissenters on its Cuba policy is wrong. I can also say people who encourage people not to vote for Kamala were fascist enablers. Is that a brown bear? It's so good. It's so funny. I mean, of course, Near Tannen's going, I guess, because didn't she lose her job, her like Biden admin job, because she was posting too much? Bobby Novak, thank you as well. So I feel like Hassan as a cultural figure is fairly unique. The question is more like, why is it that the biggest political streamer guy is a leftist. That's a lot more unusual to me. This was such a funny clip though.
This woman, I would be shocked if she's not playing an angle, right? You
I
think she, in her soul, thinks
Who knows?
like,
I suspect. I want to believe that.
You want to believe?
I want to believe
wow.
that she's woke. I want to believe.
You're pathetic. This is how you're gonna end up in jail, bro. She's gonna be like, so tell me, Hassan, about all that cool stuff you were doing in Cuba. She's gonna have the fucking. She's gonna have the wire in her pussy.
Yeah. Bro, that's so funny.
Which, by the way, this is true. I didn't want to start. I was like, is this a fun thing to start internet discourse about? But the answer is that there's nothing fun. There's no fun way to start internet discourse. The former mega lady is like obviously playing an angle. I mean, that's so blatant. It's funny that she's being mean. She's spilling the tea, as the kids say, about all of the like evil. Like that, people overuse the word grift. Because a lot of the times when they call someone a grifter, it's like, no, they believe what they're saying. They just like are doing it in a, in an annoying, attention-grabbing way to generate money. That one's a grift. That is someone who does not believe. Like, it's just totally fucking grifting.
Was the greatest Jew? You may wonder in all of history, who is the greatest Jew, or
I don't know
who
what I'm
was the
getting into
greatest
here.
Jew? Well, the answer is you. You are the greatest.
I feel like this sort of like, can you classify this as like dark woke? The ones where it's a clip of like a very conservative, like rabbi or Jewish like theologian who's like, according to the strict law of the Torah, not a single like goy deserves to live. As like a response to like, I feel like it is probably bad. It's probably bad that there's a the Dugoyim really. It's probably a sign of a bad thing that's like culturally acceptable in like internet leftist spaces. But I do find them quite funny. The Barney one is fine though. That one's not problematic at all. The Barney thief, the Jew or goy. Find it. That one's so funny.
תלמיד ישיבה הולך עם תספורת מעליות. זה תספורת של גוי או של יהודי? גוי. תספורת של זה יהודי או גוי? גוי. בלורית זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. מכנסיים צמודים כמו...
The sausage reference is real, actually. The thing about it not being made... The thing about it being made up was some, like... There's some chud poster who tried to make that up.
זה גוי, שתי מקלות של מטאטא של סנוקר הולכות. אדם גנב! אדם גנב!
You know what the lore is here? Someone explain this to me. I don't know if this is true because I can't say that I've watched this guy's content. The idea that Barney is a thief comes from the fact that like children instead of using their time valuably by studying the Torah, instead they waste their time watching Barney. So he's like a thief of children's time.
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה? אין לי מושג.
אוי, מה יש לך?
So that one, the other ones are problematic. I condemn them formally, but that one, I think that one's acceptable. Trulio, thank you. Yeah, that one's really good. But yes, it's probably bad that leftists are calling people goy cattle or whatever. I did it when I was at Vegas. This is why it's so much better for me to log off, so I'm not exposed to this. Psychologically weak individual. I was like in Vegas. If you're there for long enough, which is probably like a single day, eventually you're gonna have to walk through a casino, and like there's certain ways of gambling that I'm like, that's fair enough, like, you know, poker or whatever. The big machine, the big lotto machines that like are now just like a screen and they're all like digital, which there are so many of those, just like there's like slot machines in the fucking airport in Vegas. You touch down and you immediately see, and they have these massive screens. They're like flashing lights. But I did have the problematic. I'm like a problematic person would say that these are kind of like, these are goy cattle machines. Like this is a person who has been manipulated. There's something deeply structurally wrong with the fact that these are just everywhere, and you see someone who's just like spinning, like, you know, like it's like an old person, retired person. Slot for the goy cattle, yeah, like just clicking spin over and over again, and it's like this is a person that has structurally been failed. Doing some slots before heading to I Love Sugar, it's more common than you would. I mean, I'm sure you know it's common. Has Hassan ever rated my stream? Maybe. I've been on a stream. I think I don't remember this, but people kept saying like, you know, you've been on a stream. He has rated. He hate rated me. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Not supposed longer say spiritually, right? They say goy cattle. Well, I feel like a lot of people say goy cattle now. The empanada, I think I talked about that before. I looked a little bit more at it, and it really is like, what is he doing, man? Like, I don't know. I kind of get the instinct when people are yelling at you on the internet, you like don't respond. Like the response, it's like you have a fight or flight instinct, and you always want to like escalate, which I feel like is like a thing that Emnat has like kind of caught himself in and is doing repeatedly. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's unfortunate. He needs to log off. Because, like, I'm not even sure what the original critique of FT Signifier was in relation to, like, it was something about an anti-Semitism discourse. Because my perspective, having watched, like, I watched, like, the discussion between them. Discussion is an interesting one. And, like, I feel like, even assuming that which I'm not actually sure, I should maybe go and watch that. I don't know if that would be use of my time at this point, because it's just internet is good. But like, if I did agree with Emran's critique of FT Signifier, like, I would particularly not want him to be calling him like a goy slave or whatever, because that's like, he's doing the thing that makes it very easy. And like I've seen him make good critiques of internet people in the past. I remember when they, like a couple years ago, when there was that discourse about React content. I think he had a very good position, or a very smart position, about like, well, no, I mean, it is stealing people's content. There is like a spin on this in the like the Hassan world about it, which the parts of it is fair, I guess. But I'm a good point. Like, I mean, if you put on someone's video and you leave, you are taking their content. It's shitty. He is able to be a contrarian and be correct. But like, if you want to have that position, then you can't, like, how should I put this? Like, if I'm, even when in a case where I'm on Empanada's side, when he's making a criticism that's good, I don't want him to then follow that up by calling a black person a goy slave. Sorry, thank you. Like, that makes it so much easier, very understandably, for a person to not really talk about the original argument that you're making, which in some instances, you know, I feel like Empanada has been known to make a good contrarian take in the past. It makes it a lot easier to just not respond to that criticism, because it's like, well, you're escalating in a way that's fucking insane and not okay and not good. Like, your defense of it is like, no, listen, I'm ironically appropriating a 4chan term or whatever, which is like, oh, I mean, in that case, you look great. It's just I think it's a very silly way of going about. And I understand the impulse when you're criticized by lots of people on the internet to like not back down and to escalate. I do just wonder if like it's just having enough people yell at you and continuing to escalate. I've seen people get into bad, like, people who are political take havers on the internet who I've like known, who have been like either I've known or like even I've been like friends with, who have gotten into these really bad spirals.
I am gay
because of that instinct, and I understand it, being a person who's yelled at a lot on the internet. What's in Prism? Thank you. But it's like the problem is that the cycle involves you continually escalating the degree of controversial your take is, and of course not backing down. So you're not backing down, so like you have to, even if you may like regret saying something or like, oh, I shouldn't have phrased it this way, you can't back down, because backing down means that you're owned. And a lot of people who are yelling at you aren't engaging at you in good faith. I understand the cycle there, but it's just has someone ever pointed about not tone policing during a genocide, but still at the same time should be saying Zog and talking about the point I feel like that's important to make is that like if you want to make those criticisms and you want them to be as cutting as he clearly wants them to be, to have an effect on someone where they have to respond to it, they have to consider like making the criticism and then calling them a goy slave after, it makes it a lot easier to not look at the criticism that you're making, to not look at this, for it not to be a substantive discussion, particularly if you say shit like that and then you don't back down on it, right? They do the story pill. The problem is that like the story pill usually doesn't work in a lot of instances. I don't know about the specific dynamic. But the way that internet discourse is structured, it appears in a way that like continually reaffirms that, particularly if you're apologizing, this is maybe not about this, maybe speaking more generally now, when you're apologizing to like a general group of people, an entity of people who are mad at you on the internet, like what, apologizing doesn't do anything, even when it's sincere. So it's like, you know, particularly if you're not sorry, why would you apologize? But then even if you like are, it's hard to, you kind of get that, like, again, the more you're out on the internet, the more problematic you become. I will say this personally. I will certainly say this personally. It's a pretty Trump philosophy though. But the problem is that it's kind of burnt into you, because like the first time you say something where you're like, oh, I didn't realize that was bad. Like, I'm sorry for everyone who's yelling at you or who's yelling at me. And then their response is like, no, fuck you. I still want everyone to unfollow you. And it's like, well, okay. I don't know. I guess that doesn't work. And then, you know, repeat that however many times you need to repeat it for you to realize that like a lot of the people who are mad at you aren't actually engaging in good faith. They just kind of have another reason possibly to not like you, or just they like hating people. It's fun again, logging onto Twitter, it's like logging onto the website where you go to get mad at people. So again, like if the people who are yelling at you, if many of the people who are yelling at you are not reasonably engaging in good faith and won't respond to a serious apology, a sincere apology, if it doesn't benefit, and it doesn't benefit you to do it, like, what's the point? Like, I don't know. One example I thought of relatively recently about that was like, I think I made a joke in someone else's DMs. Like they posted the joke, about like that I have a good like hip to waist ratio, which the joke is that it was something about like me being curvy or something. But like I didn't realize that apparently like a lot of ED people, like ED pro eating disorder, like anorexia to it, like very meticulously keep track of their hip to waist ratio, because like it, for some people I guess it goes the your hips get bigger proportionally to your waist when you lose weight, and when you lose it like at a radical amount. I guess it just depends on the structure of your body. I would associate it with that because it's kind of the opposite for me. But I didn't realize, and there were people who like blocked me and got really mad at me, being like, she's promoting eating disorder. And so I was like, that one particularly bothered me because I really would not do that. And like, so I made a post about like, some people had this interpretation of this. That's totally not what I meant. I'm sorry. And it didn't do anything. All those people were still mad at me. And it was like, but why are you still like, what's the fucking point then? What's the point? What's the point of this? What's the point? What's the point? Right? Yeah, it's very frustrating to have happen. And it's also it was a misrepresentation because it's like, well, that's not what I meant. Like, yeah. You see how that's like really frustrating. You could see there is a cycle. I love talking about this because like I feel like ContraPoints is a person who's a lady who's like so embedded in this cycle and has been for such a long time, and has no ability to leave it. She just keeps getting worse. Which is ironic because she always talks about how J.K. Rowling has gotten into that cycle of like internet criticism making someone worse. Because it can happen to you, and I mean, I guess I would say it's happening, or it isn't happening to me. I think I have pretty good like, not escape. What is a release valve on those sort of things, which is just I log off more, and I try not to let it bother me. I mean, also people yell at me for silly things. When someone yells at you for something that's like silly, like the clavicular thing, or like the AI thing is another good example. It's like, well, what do I don't. It's fine. Like nothing's gonna happen. Who cares? Yeah, but I find having people who are offline is really healthy for that. I do just wonder if I don't know what's going on in Contra's life, but I feel like she probably doesn't have a good support network for that. Does moving progesterone work? Absolutely. It empirically increases absorption quite a bit. So finding 3 reactionary podcast appearance. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was really fun. There was an irony after I posted the like, I did some sarcastic reply to the people mad about the clavicular thing where I was like, listen to my podcast where I talk more about clavicular. Because ironically, if you want like my actual opinion on him, like nuanced opinion on him, which is not like, which I don't think is especially problematic, you can go listen to the podcast. But in a certain sense, because it's already Substack, I do have a Substack. But I have not updated it in a while. One of these days I will get back to writing with discipline. I feel like I do technically write a lot for the podcast, but it's like I'm writing for a script voice. So I feel very out of practice about it. It's just liveagard.com. My podcast is QAA. It's available on whatever podcast host website you use. Yesterday, there's a premium episode out about AI slopaganda that I'm going to make I forgot to make the Twitter post for. That it begins with like, I don't know, people might make fun of me for the beginning because I feel like I think that people are coping about AI, and for a couple of reasons, one of which, the first of which is that I think people who aren't coders don't realize, and I admittedly I'm not a coder, so I just listen to people I know on the subject. They don't realize how much of like mediocre coding, junior coding work has just completely been automated now. like how good AI is at like, you know, people, the senior coders still have to look over the code and make sure that it's good, but it really automates a shit ton of coding. It's quite good at it. Which it's really good at it. Like cause it's funny cause like it's kind of dog shit at like writing well, you know, like it's able to write and synthesize ideas in a certain way, but it's always just like the most average thing ever. And it's hard to imagine how it's going to get better at that. Maybe it will. It seems like they're having difficulties pushing up its verbal reasoning skills beyond that. As far as I'm aware, I could also be wrong about that. It's just Googling and using GitHub. Well, that's the thing though, because like that's good enough is the thing. It's 80% of junior work positions since 2023. It won't be with LLMs, yeah, because the training data isn't good enough, I guess. I mean, there might be a certain respect. I don't know LLMs work too intimately, where like if all of the training data is just average writing, it's trained on people, it's going to produce average writing. You can't just, let's train it on more average writing. If you had like, you know, 100 terabytes of literature somehow that was like as good as the Odyssey, or, you know, like, then maybe you could create a machine that would have a bit more, but there still is a philosophical discussion about whether that would still produce like original works of art that could do, which is probably, presumably with LLMs it wouldn't, but we won't be able to know because its training data is slop, right? It's just the average. But I do think people are coping about like, no, it has automated things in a way that isn't just like shit slop, like the terrible automation that makes everything worse, where like, as far as I'm aware, like everything that isn't coding that has been automated by AI, it's just kind of like, oh, this is noticeably worse. But, you know, it's saving labor hours, so people, you know, don't care. The notion that LLMs entirely subsist on their training data has really shifted over a couple years, especially for coding math type domains. The fraction of training dedicated to reinforcement learning is only going up. Right. I see. There's a big fight on AI Twitter because AI Detector Service found that the winners of a creative writing contest were 20% AI. I mean, yeah, so maybe it, you know, for the most part, yeah. But anyway, I do think people are, it's so much easier to pretend. But the other thing I think people are coping about is that like really easily, like AI slop is still very easy to detect, but like what I'll call like the higher, yeah, the AI detector service, how real is that though? That's like a fake thing now, isn't it? But that like very, what I'll call well-made, like let's say AI videos, in certain instances are pretty good. Like they're pretty convincing, to the point where like there was an Instagram video I saw like maybe a month ago. I wish I could have found the video, where I watched it and I was just like, that's a video. It's mildly amusing. It was like an Instagram reel. And then I only realized it was AI after I looked at the comments. I worry people will make fun of me when I mention that on the podcast because it's like, oh, you fell for it. It's so obvious. But it's like, no, the good ones are starting to like, we're getting to the point where, like, especially if you aren't like deliberately looking at something or intensely trying to find out whether it's AI. Yes, is this AI is another one that I was pulling up. Where it's like the examples of like certain AI, like, you know, if you really look, you can tell, but most people aren't really looking at anything they see on the internet. So it's no, like, this is to say, the point of the front of that episode started with a little monologue thing about how it's like, we're all Facebook boomers at this point. Like, if you're not intently trying to identify something, whether something's AI or not, there's a possibility that it's AI and that you know, didn't really notice, and then you scroll. You've never felt for AI? It's always obvious. This is okay. I think you're. Are you trolling me? It's the image of the plane with all the holes through it. You know what I mean? From World War II. It's the plane with the holes in it. You know what I mean? It's that fallacy. You know, every trans person never passes because I've never seen a trans person who's passed. I know you haven't because you only noticed the bad AI. That's the point I'm making. Is it survivorship bias? They're getting a lot better. Only Clarky AI got spotted. Exactly. It's honestly, the thing about it is, the bigger worry for AI aware people is that, like, it starts to get more convincing and you start to believe things are AI that aren't actually AI. My favorite example of this was the Netanyahu press conference in April, where everyone was like, this is AI, he has 6 fingers. And it's like, no, that was real. He wasn't dead. Like, so many people were like, this is AI. And it's like, it wasn't. It was like some weird artifacting thing where, like, for a second it looked like he kind of had 6 fingers. He just has 6 fingers, yeah. Which, like, if someone is doing the opposite of falling for AI, if they're like, this real video is definitely AI, that to me tells me that that person is no longer, is, you know, is past the, you can't have the false positives and be like, no, I know what when AI is. You're cooked. You're also cooked. A good vision, a good intention. You literally don't know if you have fallen for AI. It is impossible for you to be sure about that. It is completely impossible to you. One of the stop being pro AI. See, this is the, I know that that's a bait because I refuse to be baited on my own stream. If something feels like it could be obvious bait, I will interpret it as such. There was one video I found that was, like, disturbing. I can't remember where I found it, but it was someone who, again, because it's like, this is the reality now, is that they're getting a lot better. It's horrifying, but it's true. If you need, like, an elaborate mind palace where anyone who isn't, like, admitting that is, like, where anyone who is admitting that is, like, pro AI, anyone who isn't pretending that, like, every AI thing is obvious is pro AI. This is just your coping. You can disagree with me about AI being obvious, but the idea that AI is no longer obvious and that you can get tricked by it is a pro AI statement is clearly embedded in a lot of anxiety. There's some neuroses going on. Because I think people are just very neurotic about AI for a lot of reasons. A lot of those is just, like, valid concerns. Some of the climate change anxiety, the thing I said before, is so incredibly true. There is a lot of, like, carbon footprint cope because people are worried about their own. Devious Prankster posts real Monet painting, tells people it's AI generated and watches chaos unfold. I generated an image in the style of a Monet painting using AI, and then it was an AI. Yeah, like, people can't tell anymore. It's over. If you are living in a world where your emotional stability depends upon AI being obvious, I have really bad news for you. I'm trying to find, there's this particular video. There's a particular video someone made where they pretended to have, like, they edited a fake, like, they had some valuable Pokemon card, in their hand when they like didn't actually, and they were moving it all around in their hand, and it was shockingly well done. And it's like, oh, so many like Pokemon collector are just like cooked and are gonna get so scammed off of this. You saw that? Like it was very well done. Again, just like an evil device that shouldn't exist. Yeah, like eBay's like so cooked. I want to see if I can find this. I don't think that I can. It's so incredibly like, yeah. I wish I could find it. But no, like very well made AI, particularly made with the intent of like, how do I generate this and edit this in a specific way that it feels convincing, as opposed to just like someone entering a prompt into one of the, which again, I don't know the intimate details of how to craft these things, because why the fuck would I? Can get like is beginning to be a lot more convincing, particularly if you aren't scrutinizing every component of a thing. And that's just the reality that we live in now, that like it isn't just like the AI videos aren't like just those, you know, the videos people were posting where the lady has like the big rock and then she's like smiling and then she like jumps on the glass bridge. Like those are real. Yeah, you're right, actually you're right. It's another false positive. The big rock lady is real. Oh yeah, but the other cope is that I think people are, and the more I've seen of this, the more I think it's correct, is like that it's really easy to blame climate catastrophe on people who use AI, when like most of our like day-to-day activities, particularly like eating meat, are like far more devastating for the environment and are also not necessary, and like we could also do better on. This is assuming that like the carbon footprint model of saving the environment is valid, which is all dubious on its own. So it's like a cope. Energy use, you have a bit more of an argument, although individual usage, like usage of AI for energy, as far as I'm aware, is not out of the range of the usage of electronic devices, is it not? I could be wrong on this. Because again, we're talking about individual use, because it's like it's carbon footprint discourse. It's not like a structural thing, which is like what it should be. Yeah, you should stop people from building data centers. That's a better. I think one of the things that it's hard to calculate, I guess, but people are very neurotic about AI, and whenever a group of people, including leftists, are neurotic about an issue, it leads to like a difficulty having real arguments about a thing, as opposed to just like, you know, there's a sacred cow and you can't slay it, you know, you can't slay it. And slay, what is the verb I'm looking for in that expression? And anyone who's like talking about it or poking holes in the main narrative, for whatever reason, like you this is clearly being done because you secretly love it. Slaughter, thank you.
I am gay.
Killdeer, thank you. It's very frustrating. I think a part of like the obsession with policing individual AI usage just comes from the fact that like people are admitting that the only power they actually have is as a consumer. Even if like, you know, 3 years ago those people are saying that like, oh, you know, consumer boycotts aren't going to be the thing that destroys capitalism. We need to like organize, you know, carbon emissions, carbon footprint tracking is like a liberal framing of the issue. This AI happens, and it causes a lot of uncertainty and a lot of additional suffering, and people get neurotic about it, and then they throw that away and then go back to their but go back to the default thing that is comfortable, which is like carbon footprint, the usage of carbon footprint analysis of like, oh, what is in my control? I mean, it's the thing that's in my control is whether I use AI or not. So clearly that's like the thing that we have to get everyone to not do to solve the problem. But it's like, it's kind of just a waste of time, isn't it? Like, again, it's like, it's ironic because it's like someone who is normally against carbon footprint stuff, who is normally like, well, factory farming isn't going to be stopped by being a vegan. Like, it's an even more impotent version of carbon footprint stuff. Because it's like, well, everyone being vegan is going to have a much better effect on the planet than everyone not using AI. That is just substantially, like, starker effect. Even not eating beef, yeah, beef because of it's alfalfa, right? American beef, cows, eat alfalfa, which is like just a shit ton of water usage. Yeah, if you're not already using AI, that's very easy, whereas not eating meat takes a lot of effort. I mean, that was the interesting thing is people's response to that was like, well, we need meat though. Like, it's not, AI is useless, but like meat makes people happy. And it's like, one, it's a strange framing. You can't really frame, if you want to frame things empirically, it's kind of, it is hard to make a distinction like that. But two, it's like, you really don't fucking need that. Like, you heard about the Inuit, they eat meat and it's fine. Which I assume is sarcastic, but I can't tell at this point, chat. Because that was crazy when people are like, well, the reason why I continue to eat factory farmed meat that like is destroying the same like environment and that these indigenous people have been dispossessed from, and like my kids, I can't remember how I said that sentence. I'm allowed to get factory farming meat that is destroying the environment, is contingent on settler colonialism, dispossession of indigenous people, the destruction of like the land that they hold to be sacred, because sometimes white vegans are shitty to indigenous people, or use veganism as like a tool for colonialism. It's like, well, you eating the meat in the factory farm doesn't help them in any fucking way. It's nothing to do with them. It was the same as like, well, have you considered that like, which I honestly would have to read more about whether this is true, but it's kind of beside the point, about like Hindutva, like Hindu fascism uses like veganism as a way of violence against certain groups. And it's like, well, I don't live in India, and I'm, as far as I am aware in this discourse, mainly talking to Americans, where that discourse has no effect. That's entirely irrelevant to their consumption of factory farming. It's just pure cope, because people like eating meat. People enjoy eating meat, and so they will come up with a discourse that justifies the treat that they have. Justifies their treats. The reason people do it is because it tastes good. But it's just very revealing when people make those sort of arguments that they're not able to, like, at least admit that they're being neurotic. At least have a sort of self-awareness about where how they justify their life. We can at least have the, like, Satrian good faith to recognize the immorality of our actions, which is still itself, kind of useless. But do them recognize their hypocrisy? Teaching undergrads, yeah. Because I will say, like, again, you can probably problematize just carbon footprint discourse way of viewing it in general, of like, if you want to solve this structural problem, there are things you have to do that don't relate to like individual consumption patterns. If you're worried about like the environment, for instance, You could pretty reasonably make that argument. If I will say, if you're a vegan or for like ethical reasons, then it's like, or you think about it for ethical reasons, then you probably it's pretty. There's kind of not really any way of justifying the consumption of animal products in general, because like if you not consuming animal products through your whole life facilitates is enough of a change in the market signals that a single cow is not slaughtered because of that, then it's worth it, right? According to the treatment of intelligent non-human animals as, you know, deserving of like moral obligation and you know, moral responsibility, etc. That change would, that calculus of that single animal would be worth it, right? Saving that single animal. It wouldn't. Well, I don't. But yeah, for the environment, you could see how you could be cynical about it, or about particularly the effects of. Oh, you're talking about protein. I see. It's an argument on the. Yeah, no, you can absolutely get enough protein or nutrition in general as a vegan. The animal is actually friends with the transgenic class. Well, in that case, the vigor has really gone down in my estimation. Your estimation of what? Ozempic is ramping up milk production. Is that true? That's like there's someone on Blue Sky where hearing that is like the worst thing that they could have ever. Which honestly, fair enough. What does that mean? It's hard to say, really. People really don't like being reminded that eating meat creates suffering. Yeah, because they're neurotic about it. They're neurotic about it. Sometimes people have a hard time at least having the self-awareness to recognize issues they're neurotic about. People just in general have very strong defense mechanisms keeping things going a lot of the times, and you know, fair enough. The problem being like an internet figure is that like people's neuroses like have to be your problem. You know what I mean? You have to abandon the binary of a microprice. I mean, yeah, I mean that's kind of a silly way of looking at life. People are very complicated. I feel like I've had an interesting change in this sort of attitude in my life, where I feel like I used to be much more likely to be forgiving of a person if I understood them more. Like, yeah. I to like a flaw, or to the extent that it was a flaw insofar as it's like someone does something shitty and I'm like, well, you have to understand like this happened with their childhood, you know, this is why they are the way they are, and like that for a while that functioned as a way where I was like, well, okay, well, if I understand them, then I can sympathize a bit better. But I feel like I've been trying to change that, where like everyone's got a sob story. Yeah, I mean, like, where I feel like it's better to kind of have the inverse, if it's at all possible, of like, to how can I even put that? Like, it feels a lot more intellectually. It's very easy to contemn someone you don't understand, which like by extension means that like being able to understand someone might make it easier to understand which actions are like more morally contemptible, I guess. even in it, where like we might have an instinct when we understand someone to be more likely to forgive them. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's easy to look at someone you don't understand and be like, that was so terrible. I don't get what they were. I don't get why that person would do that. But that may be it's very convenient to be able to do that in that instance, but I don't know. I've been more likely, especially I was looking at a thing about the like John Mulaney, I guess interpersonal gossip. You know, because he was an addict, and before he went into rehab, he had a kid. He started having a kid with Olivia Munn, who was not his partner. It was like a whole thing. Where I feel like my takeaway on that is now like, I don't know. I don't know anyone involved in this. It's none of my business. I don't know the story. I feel like that's maybe a more mature attitude to have about like, particularly like celebrity gossip. I don't know. Yeah, it's easy to condemn things you don't understand, and sometimes it's harder to condemn things that you do understand, at least personally. Whereas we might want the more moral instinct might be the inverse. It might be you want to understand something before you can truly understand, before you can truly contextualize, let's say, how morally wrong an action is. If reality really is a not in my life, not my problem thing, yeah. Or, you know, yeah, I mean, particularly if you like you don't know someone. It is interesting. I feel like and I think this is driven by neuroses and by people's own interpersonal problems being projected onto like celebrities, which is one of the reasons why people are so nosy about like celebrities, let's say, is because they are projecting their own they're working through their own interpersonal stuff on those celebrities. And cheating is such a perfect example of that. Where I think people are trying to escalate like celebrity cheating to being something that's like a serious claim of harm, you know, that's like worthy of a conversation related to canceling someone, like that it's related in some way to like a Me Too discourse. I think there's been an attempt to do that. Or my favorite example that we talked about last week, it was Harry Sasson or whatever, when he was like playing the field. He was like a 19-year-old guy who was telling a bunch of women on Snapchat who are his age, like, yeah, I'm not really dating anyone, I'm kind of just talking to you. When he was just like obviously talking to a bunch of women. Where it's like, he should have been condemned for fighting in Costco. Absolutely. You know, it only happens when it's wholesome pepper slubs. That is also true. That makes it more controversial, I think. The Try Guy. There was some component of that where it's like he was doing it to he was cheating with his like employee, which is presumably a problematic power imbalance. That's, you know. Well, returning to the vegan stuff, I feel like, because there was so much really fucking mind-numbingly stupid discussion about veganism on Twitter, which really just reveals, like, everyone is basically arguing from a point of being neurotic about things in their life. Like, how can I develop a defense mechanism to justify this thing? That, like, rationally, like, you know, maybe there's a part of that understands that, like, yeah, eating a pig is morally identical to eating a dog. Because it is, like, those are equally so, like, pigs are social, intelligent mammals, but that, like, admitting that makes you go insane. But that people always do this annoying thing of like, oh, I would be vegan, but like vegans are so annoying, and it's like, if if there was a side, if I had to choose my dietary habits, I tweeted this. If I had to choose my dietary habits based upon how annoying one side of this discussion is, I would not consume a single animal product in my life ever again. Because it's so much more annoying to be like, I'm going to stuff my face with slop produced from the incredibly environmentally terrible factory farm torture engine, because sometimes vegans are white vegans are shitty to indigenous, or do colonialism to indigenous people. It's just, that's so much more annoying. That's so much more annoying than a vegan going up to some random person and being like, you're that's because of cruelty. Because they're right. That's the thing. They're right. They're so correct. Why did I bring this up? I think I brought this up because of COVID conscious people, which is another great example of a group that, like, sometimes, obviously there are some people on the internet where it's like, this is neurotic in the other direction. This is a germaphobe who's afraid of social interaction, has neuroses and is making it. But they're correct, where it's like, yeah, would socializing less and making sure that you wear masks and being, distanced indoors would, especially during the peak of COVID, and like, it's like the COVID deaths are decreasing, is my understanding. Someone mentioned like the COVID wastewater, it's an all-time low. But they, like, especially particularly for a while, they're just objectively very correct. It's 100% the morally correct position. That, like, yeah, I think, and maybe we could apply the vegan thing to, I think, my opinion about a lot of the COVID conscious discourse, which is that, like, a lot of COVID spreading is a structural issue, and that, like, they could make socializing a lot easier, like having, when lockdown restrictions were removed, they could have made a lot of those social interactions much less COVID risky, with like changing, let's say, air ventilation infrastructure, making sure there's more outdoor things, let's say. But like, there was no desire to do that at all. There was no attempt to do that at all, because like, people just did not, at a structural level, there was no care at all, because our society, industrial modern capitalist society, is already contingent on so much death and destruction that, like, people were right, like the anti-COVID people were like, oh, 40,000 deaths a year, that's how many people die because of traffic accidents. Is that such a bad thing? Like, you don't care about that. And it's like, you should care about that. That's terrible. The fact that, like, people driving their car as much as they do in America kills like 40,000 people a year is awful. But they're correct in the sense that it's like, yeah, it's very easy for people to assimilate that and not care, like, just into their understanding of what they're doing and not care, because it's already built on such an untold amount of destruction, particularly if you added non-human animals into the equation. Like, there already is social institutions, a social world set up, structured in a way to make the appearance of that death not particularly matter. So yeah, I mean, but it's still correct. Hello. My girlfriend's. This is my girlfriend, everyone.
Hello.
Love you.
Saying goodbye. I love you. Have a good stream.
Thank you. Girlfriend real. She's not in the watch. How the fuck did she get out of here? You're right. How did she get out of the watch? Live back to baddie, that's true. Canadian girlfriend is real. I know. I love her. It's great. I love her. we are going to play Magic the Gathering later. I'm excited. When am I getting married? Chat falls for obvious AI. True. Magic Arena on stream. I haven't been playing for a little while. Yeah, if you notice, she did actually have 6 figures because she's AI generated. You saw 7, yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, which is what commander I just built a Dimir Gale Waterdeep Scion 6/7. Did I say 6/7? Scion of Halaster control deck, and it's really annoying, which I like, unfortunately. I think I want to make like an Is It Prowess deck because the problem is I do enjoy Is It Prowess on Arena so much. Like, it is totally my playstyle. It's blue, but then I'm impatient. So you add in the red. So it's blue, and it's all the blue, casting a spell that's name is like Expand Mind. And the thing is like this, and it's like draw 2 cards, discard 1. I love casting those, but then I also like killing people early. I was giving you Shiver Mono Green Landfall and you're playing Is It Prowess? This is... This is like... is Israeli getting mad at American or something? Is Israeli yelling at German? Alania Otter deck? I was thinking about that. It was Alania, or it was the other Is It Commander? The Is It Otter Commander? And just going for more like prowess based. What was the other? It was like a cheaper otter. I did kind of want to make an otter deck. Riptide, Bria Riptide Rogue. I also wanted a tribal, like an animal themed tribal deck, so I think maybe just doing otter prowess. But I should probably do Rio then. That's probably better. Anyway. I'm starting to get better at Magic. I got to Platinum pretty quickly in Arena, but like Platinum is very easy to get to, so it's whether I can, it's how quickly I can get to Diamond is the better question. She's $35 in paper. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. God, commander decks are fucking expensive. It's 100 cards. And those cards can be... yeah. Hearing the phrase "every bad thing from Blood Meridian" at the same time, coming in with Last Pilled Poetry Night and thinking that'd make a great spell. I like the... Have you seen the guy? My favorite meme on Twitter is like, it's this photo, this guy, and then it's a photo of testicular torsion. Torsion is the next one. I like it's like an innocent spell. It's like testicular torsion, and it's this guy doing this. Stupid. I've been wanting to I feel like the thing about Magic is all the decks seem very interesting to me. I played Hearthstone in high school, and it's just Hearthstone, but if it wasn't for babies. Like, Hearthstone is like a baby game. Like, playing Magic, it's like, oh, there's like so much more complexity here. You can actually like move on the other person's turn. The Momo like Azorius Blink deck looks really cool too. That one's sick. Do I have Mana Sculpt? No. It's not particularly counterspell heavy. It's more I'm trying to find more like 3-for-1 trades You know, where it's like destroy all creatures with like even or odd value. You know, each player discards a card. You draw a card for each player who's, you know, because I think that works. That's a cool way of playing Commander or Control in Commander. I found a deck I found a deck list and then I edited it from Moxfield or whatever that fucking. It's fun though. Mass Cult is a good one though. Maybe I do have this. I can't remember. I got some of my cards from TCG Play, which was a mistake for multiple reasons. One of which is apparently like they were bought by eBay and like their union was like gutted. And the other is just the service is awful. They forgot 2 of my fucking cards. And they weren't expensive cards. They were like $1, so it's not worth it personally to complain. But they totally forgot. It was such a pain. You quit arena after trying to grind it free to play. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. They really make you spend money, unfortunately. It's a very expensive hobby. You send the right ones for free. The problem is that it's American. And so if I complain, like they're going to send me like 2 $1 cards in 25 business days. And it's like, I'll just get replacements and not use this anymore. I got Mythic in 12 drafts last month. Oh, that's for draft. Because draft is like ranked as well, isn't it? When you have the basic skills down, getting to Mythic is just a grind. Yeah. Yeah. Best of 3 draft is unranked, best of 1 is ranked. I see. That's cool. I'm a blonde white woman with a bob. I'm surprised that you're reserved when dealing with suboptimal because, well, no, it's not really blonde anymore. It was blue for a while, but it's more like a green white now. I feel like I'm not really blonde anymore. I've Karen'd out once for customer service when I was moving into my place when I was living in Squamish, and they just wouldn't, the Wi-Fi would not fucking turn on, and I was like, I had to stream, and I called the customer service twice. I was online for an hour, and they were like, oh, I don't know, we can't do anything. It's set up, but like something's not working. I'll have to, and then I complained on Twitter like, hey, whatever, I can't remember which awful internet company I was using. Like, you need to do better or I'm going to change services on Twitter. And then it was just like that day it was fixed. And no one, they had to, it was on their end. No, someone didn't have to come to my place. It just like hadn't registered that the Wi-Fi was going to turn on. And so it worked. I was very nice to the lady though. So I'm not actually carrying out. I'm not. So yeah, Twitter Cloud, it's good for something. I spoke to the marketing department. Exactly. It's better. Did you see Obsession? Is that the one with the, I seen clips. Is that the one where like the it's like you know, people make the joke like it's when I want to make a problematic joke, I say when people make the joke. I've realized I did it with the like seeing the slot machines and being like, wow, this is like a Goy Cattle machine. Or I'm like, it's a thing, you know, it's like a thing that like problematic people could say about this that like I wouldn't personally say about it. Is that the which now I have to make the joke now, I guess, because it's not actually that problematic. I put myself in these positions many times. It's the like r/my partner's BPD or whatever, where it's like the hot lady who's like really obsessed with him and is like acting weird or whatever. Is it that movie? Is that a good movie? Because I looked at that and I was like, this looks like it's fucking terrible. I'm sorry, I saw like clips of it. He wishes she loved him. Okay, it's like a whole other thing. Okay. It's like it's a horror movie. Okay. Okay, maybe I should see it. Voice crack. Oh, is it like he casts a spell on her or something to make her... I see. Or something like that. That's more interesting. Because the clips I saw, it was like, oh yeah, it would be... Imagine if you had a beautiful woman who was crazy, who was in love with you. It's like a monkey's paw wish. Oh, okay, that's a bit more interesting. Also, I will say, I didn't realize because I haven't been on the internet, so I will apologize for posting Reddit, that like everyone hates SGH. This is basketball talk now. Everyone hates SGH because he's a foul merchant. So my shy, hilarious Alexander tweet that I think I also made like 2 years ago, because I was but I like, were people calling Chet and Yahoo. Someone also posted Jokic's playoff high of 28, 9, 10. Which is uncalled for. I will say is uncalled for. They watching OKC. I like Wemby. I think he would be a cool face of the league. It would be cool if he was the face of the league. Someone said Jokic will be back. Jokic, I hope so. Wemby's great. I like Wemby. Wembanyama. He's Jokic too. Am I planning to see Backrooms? No. I don't know. I don't watch movies that much. One movie I did watch recently was the Ryan Gosling one. Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary. I think it was cute. I don't really watch movies. I'm very sensitive, and movies have make me anxious. It's the actual answer. I'm more of a book person. Hollywood slop, exactly. My pro science fiction. I like science fiction. It has made me kind of want to read. I know, like, I don't like super hard sci-fi where it's like, oh, this is literally all realistic. But is it Andy Weir is his name? He also wrote The Martian. Like, I think the dialogue is really cringe, is my understanding with his books. It's really like I fucking love science. But it's very like, my understanding is he does do a really good job in the books of making it. It's science fiction. It's what is that called? What is the alien biology? It's something biology, where it's like the designing of alien, perspective designing of xenobiology. The xenobiology stuff is cool. I do kind of, I wasn't fond of the fact that Rocky species like has this advanced spaceship, but then like doesn't understand, their species does not understand relativity or or radiation, like is unaware of the existence of solar radiation, which I think is the more better interpretation of that, is not that they don't know the concept of radiation, but that they don't understand that there's solar radiation, and if you don't like protect your ship from that solar radiation, everyone's gonna die. The explanation of it is that they live on a planet with such a thick atmosphere that like they haven't been exposed, and the reason why they can have the spaceship is because of the particle that's eating their sun, the bacteria that's eating their sun allows for like really advanced space travel. So it's like the first time they're getting up there. And then the thing about relativity, which I think is interesting, but I'm not a physicist, so I don't actually know, is that like they do not have vision. Like they see through echolocation. And so the idea is, and this is probably, I'm sure like if you ask a physicist, they'd be annoyed by it. Because they're a species that is like their material building science is much more advanced, but because they don't have vision, like a lot of the early experiments related to the observation of light particle or light waves, or wouldn't have happened nearly as soon in their society because they can't see. It's just they think about the world in a different way than we do. Like the concept of that is interesting, I think. Of an alien xenobiology being so radically different than ours, meaning that like they're much better at, there's some xenonite, like some really really strong material that they've constructed that allows for like what is that, like a space elevator. So their material building is really advanced, but then they don't understand, they don't have a theory of general relativity. Yeah, I don't know how that, the three body problem, I love that book. It's kind of the reason why, because that's more my sci-fi, is a book that's like fucking insane. Because that book is fucking insane. I'm sorry. The premise that like the villains of the story are climate activists who are like pushing us back because they care about the environment too much and therefore hate humans. Apparently that is like a conservative discourse in China, as one chatter told me. I was in the middle of the second book, and it's a billionaire's son. Yeah, it's Peter Thiel as nonsense, absolutely. But I think that's great. I love the characters in that book who are like, because by the way, the Dark Forest conclusion of the Fermi paradox or whatever, is obviously dumb, right? Like we agree that that's silly. The main character designs his perfect girlfriend. I love that section. It's so fucking insane. For no fucking reason. It's like being a good writer is about character writing, and like when you start doing it, like you can, for instance, create a character that's like the love of your life, and you'll like this is just what being a writer is like, and you just fall in love with her deeply. There's stuff about like that new like writer character, like going on like dates with his imaginary girlfriend that he's like come up with because he like started being, had a hard time keeping track of the names. Admittedly, I did too. I didn't realize the extent to which like having characters be like having names sourced from a culture whose like names I don't generally recognize makes it so much harder to like mentally keep track of names. It's very interesting. With a fat autistic kissless chud scientist walks into the mini black hole. I can't remember. Is that, if that's in the sequels? Probably not. But I might have just forgotten it if it was in the first one. I thought I forgot it. He's in the third book. Yeah, that's awesome. My favorite component of, I don't know if this is a cultural difference, if like this is a character trope that is more common in like Chinese literature, or this is just him, because my knowledge of Chinese literature is pretty limited. But I do like the multiple characters in that book who are just like they're like math geniuses that are just like completely anhedonic. They're just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, I have a wife. She's fine, I guess. I don't really care about anything. Yeah, I just never really tried in school, but I'm a math genius. And it's fine. I don't know. It's such a strange, to me, such a strange character to write, like, multiple times in your book. The Chinese version of the TV show is great. I feel like it probably would be better than fucking D&D. Dan and David. Anything would be better than Dan and fucking David. I don't know how biology works at all, but I've personally felt with my insanely layman knowledge that the filter is probably multicellular life. It's interesting, like, how different our perception of the great filter. The great filter is a concept, is this idea that like why can't we identify advanced life in the universe? Like, presumably there is like a one main thing that's stopping in relation to the development of an advanced spacefaring civilization that's like difficult to pass through. That's stopping us from being able to observe advanced alien civilizations out there. Yeah. That space is too fucking big. I mean, maybe. Vast distances is probably the real filter. Is there something that transfers over like a very long span of time? Like, are we sending out radio waves that could presumably in a very long time be picked up as evidence that, oh, there's an intelligent life form that is producing these? Not anymore. They decay over time and distance and a noise. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's... Von Neumann probes. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's that's like, what are Von Neumann probes? That's not just the Challenger or whatever. No, this is self-replicating thing. Okay. It's the lack of the fact it's the lack of the fact that no one is it's the lack of any contact from, where's it really hard, from any advanced species, I guess. We're getting left on read. We're just we might just have bad vibes. The one as a layman that makes sense to me is probably multicellular life, maybe possibly. I feel like people like it's so, the discussion of that is always going to be so limited by our like specific political social context. One example I can think of this is that, like, I feel like the discourse around this on like, oh, maybe we haven't passed the great filter yet, and like we're going to, that like during the Cold War the discourse was more concerned with nuclear annihilation, that it's like, oh, it's inevitable that a species eventually harnesses the power of the atom, and then what if just eventually someone's going to destroy. And now that discourse has shifted towards like climate catastrophe, that like an advanced industrial society is going to be too good at producing things and it's going to create collapse. But yeah, it functionally hardly matters, I guess, given the fact that faster than light travel isn't possible. I mean, you can get around to other stars eventually, going close to that, right? Which is theoretically possible for an advanced society.
Frank.
Oh, what astrophysics think about aliens? This looks interesting. The living simulation theory, I think it's fake. I think it's silly. It's like a cute thought experiment, but like, you can see it kind of got Joe Roganified, you know, where people were like, oh, because of this theoretical possibility that it's much more likely for us to be living in a simulation, for an advanced society than it is for us to this to be real, which is already like dubious, obviously. Like clearly, like there's evidence like that we live in a video game, and you can find that evidence in the very structure of the universe. It's like this is the thing that a Joe Rogan guest is saying to him, and he's thinking is crazy. This isn't real, right? A full-length movie that was animated to look like a PS1 game was premiered at Cannes. Le Vertige or something? Is that how you pronounce it? Was animated by 5 recent graduates using Blender and iPhone and a cheap app to capture the style. That's awesome. Good for them. The French, they're always up to some weird shit. Do you know what I mean? When are they not? Anyway. This is crazy. The condom tax. Trying to find to boost birth rates. Always up to the most like harebrained screams to affect population. I think like it's so fascinating how disastrous the one-child policy was. Yeah, I mean, there's no policy that has like increased birth rates, because birth rates are, as far as I'm aware, generally broadly contingent upon just like in an industrial society, like how the extent to which like educated, like literate educated women want to have kids, like how many kids did they choose to have, is kind of the important component of that. Notice the natural decline in the rest of East Asia. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but the population graph that they would have without the one-child policy versus what they would have is going to have a significant effect on their economy. Like, is India already have more population than China now? Because it's certainly projected to plateau at a significantly higher. That's so crazy. Most populous country, is it Indian? It's India now. Wow, it's a new world out there. There are things that replace birth rate. Well, like there are government policies that like work really well, that have worked at all. My understanding is that that's a pretty like, is that a particularly fruitful endeavor for industrials, like, you know, post-industrial countries or whatever, who are dealing with a birth rate decline. when I looked at it, I feel like that was a couple years ago, so maybe there's been a change. But the explicit like government attempts to have not worked at all. I know there was some indication in certain post-industrial societies that post was the word I'm looking for. That the more pessimistic birth rate decline isn't universal, or doesn't necessarily continue and sometimes dips upward to like the 2.1, I believe, is the like. If you control childcare, cheap housing, generous paternity leave, and remote working all have effects. I mean, they have effects. It just doesn't add up to 2.1. That's fair. Think antinatalism is a current political philosophy? No, probably not. What is that Google search where it's like Google search what to do to antinatalists, and like the autocomplete is like how do you argue with antinatalists, and then the Google autocomplete is like the best way to argue with an antinatalist is to kill them. So true, Google. That's so true. Yeah, my understanding is there is like not really that much of a consensus. The pronatalism stuff is particularly silly because there isn't really a consensus on the societal effects of more countries hitting the kind of below replacement rate birth rates. The Graham Plattner kick account news, yes, it was great. Is that a Biden? I feel like that's like a all right, fine. I feel like that's a tongue twister. My understanding, the UN projections have been like very accurate, historically speaking. And they do predict that the world population just eventually kind of plateaus. A lot of the effects of climate catastrophe are kind of ambiguous. Like the cult of Rome numbers are probably a bit too pessimistic, I think. What were those ones? It's probably a bit much. What is that called? Not cult of Rome. What fucking leftist intellectual group from the 70s am I thinking of? Club of Rome? Is that a Freudian slip? Yeah, I think it is. It's Club of Rome. Right, here we go. Although this is not numbered. But you can see the predicted population being the same as it was in what, the 60s at the end. Dramatic decline in industrial output and also food. Exponential increase in population. This is probably a bit too pessimistic, although it's just hard to know. But this was like in the 70s, so it was quite a controversial. It was particularly controversial. Yeah, I mean these are virtually all unprecedented issues, so it's hard to know exactly where the population will go and how that will affect unfortunately likely possibly still existing global capitalist economy. I do think that people are naive when they think that like collapse will be the thing that facilitates like socialism. I think it's important to understand that the central antagonism of capitalism relates to the working class itself, and the working class is the antagonism, the contradiction in capitalism that, if it is destroyed in a historically progressive way, will destroy it. Waiting for things to get worse is like a cope. The working class student, according to me. Did I say that? I've been saying a lot of things that I don't remember saying. Sometimes I log into Twitter and it's the same. There's certain things that I might just have a bad memory that I don't particularly remember saying. I don't stream that much anymore, so. My wildly pro A. Okay, yeah, I'm getting baited. I'm being baited. I won't be baited. You're baiting me. I already got baited, so it doesn't matter. I've already been baited. It's already over. That Peter Thiel is going to Argentina. That's so funny. Or like that's his contingency plan. They really like. It's really quite pathetic how bad they are at doing fascism. I think that I'm right about the molesting the money stuff. That like. The reason why Trump's fascism looks like it's not going to actually do very well is because he molested the money before taking over. It's awesome sauce Austrofascism. Although Austrofascism was like crippled, immobilized because of like a massive, I am gay leftist strike, socialist communist strike. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. So it's not quite the same. Like they don't even have the like organized militant labor opposed. Like they just did it. They molested the money so badly themselves. Awesome sauce Austrofascism. Come on, what do you want from me? No, I was saying that more when it was Elon at the helm. I feel like it's more accurate. Hank Pecker, unofficial raid. Hello, Sun refugees. Who originated molesting the money? It was someone on Twitter. That made sense more when it was Elon Musk kind of at the helm, when he didn't have like the how the fuck did did he get outmaneuvered there? Like I want to know the inside story of the internal politics of Trump too, like early on, because like how did he fuck that up? I don't understand. He's such a fucking moron. And then he was like, the thing I'm going to do is tweet about how Elon's a pedophile. Or how, that would be, Trump is a pedophile. But yeah, they molested the money before seizing political power. And then the average voter is like, people are materialism minded in a certain sense. Like voters have a material analysis, but it's a very like a rational one. It's not like looking at the broader structure of society. It's looking at how they are individually doing. It's like an individualistic one. And so when the economy is worse, they view that as an indictment of the current administration, regardless of conceptually whether that's like a reasonable assessment to make. Treatlerism, as it is called. Al Logan, thank you for the raid. But yeah, they did it far too quickly, and then people were like, well, Trump is molesting the money. The gas prices are so bad, right? Like, the American people are primed and ready for fascism. They love it. They're enough of them are ambivalent. There's not an organized left. right? The institutions, the like opposite end of the culture war, political institutions.
Oh, I had no idea.
Oh, Shidmedge, thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you. Thank you for 5 subs. Much appreciated. The political institutions that are meant to like oppose the Republican political machinery. It's a Democrat machine that is not doing fucking anything. So like the people's attempts to institutionally get involved feeds them towards a completely inept political response. The people are primed for fascism. A third of the country at least like genuinely openly just wants fascism. A third of it's ambivalent, and then the other third are generally primed to move to involve themselves in institutions that are completely unable to oppose the fascism. Like, it's a country, the most powerful country in the world, and it is completely primed and ready to do fascism, and will continue to be even when Trump eats shit, which is what I'm increasingly expecting is going to happen in 2028. But they're too fucking stupid. They're too stupid to do it. They're somehow, at the moment, they're too stupid to pull it off. They do not think through the consequences of starting wars that fuck up the oil money, which is like the one way of souring conservatives on Trump. It's the one way of moving, taking away his core fascist base, who are like, well, I signed up for the fascism, but I do not like that it costs so much more to fill my Ford F-150. And then also how to at an institutional level mobilize more of the people who are indifferent. Because the polling for the midterms is just so atrocious. It's really profound. Like, I said this before, that I was wondering if they just decide to do fascism anyway, would it fucking matter? Like, is there enough of a even if everyone hated it, like, how could they concretely stop it? It's starting to go so poorly that at the moment, under the Trump admin, I'm starting to think that they are at the very least too scared to actually try it. And if they do try it, it's going to be completely inept. It's like January 6th. And you can tell this is the case because of how much, even the Tucker Carlsons are jumping ship. They're like, okay, fuck. Like, we wanted to do fascism this time, and it didn't work. Trump is a fucking moron. Right, like, Tucker has always had a contempt for Trump, that he's a fucking idiot. In the I was going to say the interwar period, which is a Freudian slip. In the inter-Trump period, during the Biden presidency, the Tucker line was like, good czar, bad boyars. It was like, Trump is good, dear listener, dear viewer. The interregnum, if you will, yeah. The inter-Biden period. It was like, but it was all the neocons, right? Trump was great, but he got surrounded by the neocons. But the logic was like, well, we're gonna do it now. Now that we're gonna take all the neocons out. I'm hungry. I'm having a snack, and then also probably, I guess, my antibiotic for the day. I'm having really shitty store-bought hummus, and then wheat thins. It's a delicious snack. I endorse hummus, yeah. Not Sabra, no. It's President's Choice or something like that. No, I don't know what is this brand? It is that. I don't know. Honestly, didn't check if they're made in Israel or not. I hope not. The hummus is not good enough that it makes you think it's made in Israel. So it tastes like it's made in Israel. Um, Suzanne Collins responding to Graham Plattner's criticism of her vote for the Iraq War.
Mr. Plattner says that you sent him to war, but in fact, he enlisted twice.
Correct.
What is your comment on that?
Well, first of all, he not only enlisted twice after the war was started, but he also went to work for a security company, a controversial one named Blackwater, after his
It's so cool.
term in the service was over. So
She's hiring Ban Empanada as an advisor. Suzanne Collins, anti-imperialist. I mean, I guess the answer is like, how is Graham Plattner complete idiot, petit bourgeois idiot moron?
I am gay!
Alexander, thank you. Winning against the incumbent. It's like, this is the fucking incumbent. What a stupid response.
expect anyone who
I mean, he got his ass, but also, do you understand what
it's
country?
okay, I'm transgender. Oh, I have
Alexander,
no
great,
idea.
thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the subs. Much appreciated. Yes, but the kick. Graham Plattner and Suzanne Collins, in the same room in 2002. Collins cheers for war. Plattner shouts at Bush, "Don't attack Iraq." Oh, really? Is that... Was kicked out of a Bush rally in Bangor for protesting the forthcoming Iraq War. Because that's the thing, like... Plattner is like a dumb guy. It's so cool though, because it's like, he did this and then he joined Blackwater. Like... He's such a dumbass. That is... People, like the blue sky Plattner hate, I think is dumb. Because it's like, no, he's not secretly a fascist. He's a dumbass. He's a dumb guy. He joined the army after this. It's so funny. No, yeah, he is a perfect average American citizen. Also, what was someone mentioned Stop and Shop. What was the Asmongold? Do you have any optimism? I don't know. There's like an optimism in my pessimism in a certain sense. How do I explain that? He doesn't know. Candidate for the stupids? Absolutely. Yeah, he's right. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. I mean, you'd hope so. Ideally it's that. Because yes, objectively, that's a no, yeah. I feel like there would be something ideological about having optimism about the present state of things. Yeah. Like to look at this world and think positively is to kind of soil the possibility of what a better world could be. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Something like that. Pretend that was more eloquent. Yeah, there's some discourse in like, yeah, like if you're a billionaire, you can be more optimistic, right? It's like things are going great for you. There's something maybe ideological about that. It's why I hate like poptimism so much. There's some Adorno discourse in its Intellectual Enlightenment about like how the ideological component of like, you could say probably Christian love, but also just like the positive liberal image of the Homo economicus is that loving and accepting humans as they are now kind of denies the possibility of what they could become. That there's something ideological about certain forms of optimism, at least. That it's actually deeply pessimistic to look at the present state of things and be optimistic about it, because that insults what things could be. That is insulting to what human beings are capable of. Yeah, like Steven Pinker is a great like pessimistic optimist. That it's like the optimistic world that he has it's deeply terrible, right? He's optimistic for something that is deeply awful. It's very ideological. But yeah, this is awesome because honestly, she's kind of cooking. Yeah, hiring Bannon Bananas, financial advisor. He did decide to serve. That is a good point. The next Susan Collins take is that the white working class is not revolutionary, that they're labor aristocrats. The next Suzanne Collins take is that the poverty draft is a lie. Which again, is she wrong? Plano is probably stupid enough to believe the reporter when he told him he would be stationed in Japan. Yeah, it's probably. Yeah. Just practicing. I know that the analogy doesn't work because it's anachronistic, but he's just practicing Japanese on Duolingo. Did I say reporter? That's not a... Okay, fine. All right, fine. It's a recruiter. Fine. What's going on in Britain recently? Starmer is still in his Fuhrer bunker. And what's his name is making a paragraph now. Don't look. Mendelsohn. Is it Mendelsohn? Did they revoke Hassan is banned from entering Britain? Cenk is also banned? They're just banning Turkish people. It does nothing to do with it. They just all Turkish people are banned from entering. The UK's revoked my visa at the behest of Israel. Yeah, it's such a terrible country. There's really no... You're next. I was surprised, honestly. Like, I've entered America a couple times, and I was like surprised. Like, I mean, I am a white woman, so it was fine. It was like it was too fine. I was like, why? I was asked like 2 questions before being allowed in. So I'm too fine. They know I'm a CPAC influencer, yeah. Because like I flew. I did not go over the border because I wouldn't do that. I feel like that's a bad idea. There's no chance the US has a coherent list of leftists. Yeah, I guess probably not. That's probably true. Her steak is too juicy, her whatever is too buttery. Damn, that's a fucking buttery whatever. That's a buttery whatever. I've never had like a lobster until recently. That's just like you know, they just boil it and like serve it in the. I was gonna say in the crust, like with the exoskeleton on. You know what I mean? Lobster. I don't eat the crust. But it kind of rocks. It's sick. The shell. This. With the shell. That is an exoskeleton, isn't it? That's a fine. Yeah, sure, fine. It is an exoskeleton. Like, I'm right about that. That it is an exoskeleton. So that's the opposite of Biden. Is it a shell? I feel like that shouldn't be a shell. That feels wrong to me. It's called a shell, you're right. But it kind of rocks. You just like you get the pincher and you just like crush it or whatever. It's great. It's weird to me. This is a silly thing to say, a biology thing to say. In my brain, I understand that this isn't objectively correct, but in my brain, like, fish are a much more limited category than I think I know that they. I was gonna say legally are. Like, lobsters aren't a fish to me. That's not a fish. Because it's not like, you know. Oh, they're not. No, they actually aren't. They actually aren't a fish. No, they're right. They're right. They are bugs, right? They evolved and they went back. The one that cladistically we are fish. That's true. The one that was fucked up to me is eels. In my brain, it doesn't feel like eels are fish. They feel like something else. They feel like they're kind of. It's their own thing. They're like snake coated to me. No, yes, lobsters are just not fish. Ask Aristotle. Aristotelian biology is so funny because like he was not allowed to like do autopsies on humans because that was like just ancient Greek religion was not allowed. So like a lot of his understanding of biology comes from like dissecting fish. So sometimes you can describe like this is a thing that Aristotle thought was that like the inside of a woman is cold, and that like the male, you know, is like warm, but it plants its like male warm form onto the cold woman, and the cold woman eggs, and then it mixes together. And as far as I'm aware, like that is. It might have been a different detail. Is like, no, that's just that is kind of more how it works in fish. He pretty much got it, yeah. I would say I'll credit it's in grad school I did a like an ancient science, which it's not, you know, people will kill you if you call it science. It's not science, but like ancient not even natural philosophy. There's really no term for it. There's no conceptually distinct term for it in ancient Greek philosophy. What we would call ancient science. I did a graduate seminar, and reading a lot of Galen, who's a bit like, is he 3rd century? But he's going mainly off of like kind of a Platonic framework. Proto-science? Well, not really, because it's not quite like that. There's plenty of problems with that, I think. Because again, it implies that there's like a category outside of like the ancients didn't view what we consider science as like a distinct. Natural philosophy is close to, I feel like natural philosophy is a distinctly like early modern term. That anything before like Bacon, maybe, it would be anachronistic to call natural philosophy. I wonder if he hated barnacles like Darwin did. I feel like the ancient Greek categorization was a whole lot faster and looser. But I will say, like, the stuff that Galen was able to understand, given that, again, he was not allowed to cut up a dead human to see how they work, is, like, very impressive. He had some misses, right? Like the 4 humors. That's a miss. That's definitely a miss. But you can see why he came to that conclusion. My favorite example is like that he had a very intimate understanding. Your lip piercing is like a gnarly fever blister. I mean, it is kind of puffy right now. In bed this morning, my girlfriend accidentally dropped her phone like directly on the fucking. So it's a little bit. So I fell down the stairs. Is what I'm saying. I was It's bruised because I fell down the stairs. Is all that happened. I just fell down the stairs. I'm so clumsy. Anyway, what was I gonna say? IRL Biden cut. Aren't all of the Biden counts IRL? Oh, because I fell on the stairs. Yeah, no, it's true. That's true. That's true. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. But yeah, like he understood like the function of nerves intimately enough that there was some display he had in like there's some public display he had of this knowledge. There's some account of this where he like cuts the throat of a pig in a certain way where it's not bleeding and it's like screaming, and then he like goes in and pinches it, and then he's pinching the nerve that goes to the vocal cord, and so the pig stops screaming, and then he unpinches it and the pig screams, which is horrifying, but is like a very intimate, impressive understanding for just like that I am realizing now that I describe this that it's like that's like this is what like Mangala would have been doing in the 3rd century, basically. I mean, probably not actually. You could probably where it's like, yeah, you can just torture any animal you can, just like understand. I mean, the difference is probably that this Mangala was not a genius scientist. Like, yeah, just like torture plenty of animals. Like find the different nerves. Yeah, what my understanding is it the Christian discourse is a bit more forgiving towards autopsies because the soul has left the body, and it's like, well, it's kind of rude, but you're not like fucking with their ability to move on in the afterlife. But these were Galen was pagan. I had the funniest interaction on Twitter recently. I was thinking about this so much because it's just such a fascinating. I always forget that there are guys like this on Twitter. This tweet is really good. Marxists on here use the term historically progressive, like how Dante put all the pagans he liked in the slap of the wrist circle of hell, as it Plato is both. And this like considered guys like calling Plato a pagan is a good way to distinguish yourself as an absolute philosophical R word. As it's like Plato is literally in the first circle of hell. Like I'm not. It's look, it's not. I don't think that there are any circles of hell because I don't think it's real. But like, I'm just, it's not my discussion about who's in the first circle of hell. I mean, but then there was you can tell if a liberal is serious. I don't know what is it's an R word and then mega, as if they think the Inferno is canon scripture. Where it was like, buddy, I'm not arguing with you about what is and isn't canon. Like it's not like I'm just making a joke. Yeah, like it's just so fascinating. I forgot that they're like, I forgot the extent to which Twitter is just like a website for people to yell at other people. Where it's like, I'm not in an argument here with you. Like, there's no. I don't really care the degree to which you think that Dante is biblical canon or whatever. I'm sure Plato's been baptized posthumously by Mormons, so he's Mormon. That's true. Megalo is big for Greek, right? That's why Megalodon. What is Dawn? Oh, then. Is it fish? Is it just big fish? That's awesome. No, big tooth. Dawn, like don't, like in French. Okay. Like denture. That makes sense. I didn't realize that came from Greek. I guess the Latin also comes from Greek. Or is that like a Indo-European thing, maybe? Wow, language is so cool. Anyway. It's a big Donald Trump. Anyway, folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. I'll die the 50 years so I can buy Israeli hummus. Yeah. That 50 years after you die, you may be Mormon in heaven. Yeah, I hope that after I die, the Live Agar brand is strong enough that there's some Mormon out there who's like, just making sure. Just making sure. Because she could be in hell right now and then get sent right back up. That was crazy when there were like Mormons that like posthumously baptized Anne Frank. Do you guys want to see that video of Kevin Spacey in Israel again? Like, that is a child molester dance. Like, that is like an old school, old timey, like, child molester. Go, goy, go. Go, white goy, go, white goy, go. That's a Humbert ass. Yeah. Is he tap dancing? I believe so. I believe his intent there was to tap dance. Anyway. Yeah, no, I don't know what's gonna happen. I genuinely do not know what's gonna happen to Hassan. It's pretty concerning. It's so strange. Remember the America Deserved 9/11 thing? Yeah, I feel like that was the last, maybe that wasn't the last time. It's just been slowly like the right-wing cultural awareness of Hassan has been slowly increasing. Exile in China. Is that such a bad fate? I don't know if the Hollywood put stick over the Israeli film scene. I don't think it's very big. It probably sucks. China 2-3 years and forget. It started with Cuomo. I guess it kind of did start with Cuomo. Yeah. It's crazy. Um. Yeah, wild. Give Ethan his flowers. You're right. It was Ethan. It's Ethan. You're right. You're right. Um. Anyway, what else is going on the internet? Yeah, maybe Cuomo made it more legitimate because it was to attack Mamdani. Did Starmer watch the content nuke? Yeah, has there been any update recently on the is it Mendelsohn? Is his name? Takeover or whatever. Mendelsohn papers to be published. I admit I don't know as much. Keir Starmer has been warned he could face a contempt motion if it withholds information. Is this a pronoun change? Oh, Keir Starmer's government. Sorry, sorry. I thought there were some pronouns that I wasn't aware of. Regarding Peter Mendelssohn's appointment is. Oh, sorry, no, not Mendelssohn. Who was I thinking of? This is related more again to the Epstein stuff. I've mixed up the names in my brain. That's a Biden moment. That counts. They respond to table a motion to hold prime ministers, including the ministers, including prime minister, in contempt of parliament if the government fails to comply. So they're doing their own Epstein files. Mendelssohn's protege is the front. What's his name again? I cannot remember. I'm blanking. It's the guy. He recently quit and is like now trying to do a power grab. Streeting, Wes Streeting, the fakest, ridiculous British name, most British name I've ever seen in my life. I guess nothing has happened yet. Like he's evil gay coded. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like the thing about British evil gays is that like they've always just been in charge. Like that's not anything new. Like they just all of those rich people, the rich lords that did awful acts in like India to increase to make like the most money a human being has ever made at that point in human history. We're just all fucking boys, right? Like there's one of those things where it's like, well, I was fucked as a boy, as a kid, in these evil, rich institutions. So now it's my time to fuck boys. So having an evil gay in power is just like, it's like a return to tradition thing. Like the Bronze Age pervert guys are gonna be like, the Bronze Age pervert guys are like, this is the return to tradition. Bronze Age pervert British guys are like, this is exactly. We're going back. We're gonna do more imperialism again. Yeah, so private schools are in the UK. Yeah, no, there's a lot of pedophilia in that country. Helen Mirren shit. What happened there? Police investigation of police investigating abuse of Dame Helen Mirren as possible hate crime. Oh, because the guy called her an evil Zionist bitch. Was Cecil Rhodes gay? That's crazy. Starmer would win against Treating. Yeah, that's awesome. I wonder how much longer he's gonna hold on. It's kind of beast of him to be like, I will destroy this entire fucking party. Lawrence of Arabia was definitely gay. He was like a masochistic bottom. Like he has Lawrence of Arabia has these like diary entries where he's like, just had a man like beat me to an inch of my life in a prison with like a warded cane or whatever. What's the term for it? That's a Biden count. And I fucking loved it, and I want it to happen again. But he would get like his friends to like beat the shit out of him. I will honestly say I feel like more of those like adventure tough guys who go through insane things are probably masochists, because I feel like that would make it a lot easier. Wouldn't it? Like, considerable evidence that Lawrence was a masochist. He wrote in his description of the Daraa beating, right? Because he was beaten in some was it Ottoman prison? That quote, a delicious warmth, probably sexual, was swelling through me. That's so beast. Lawrence arranged to pay a military colleague to administer beatings to him, and to be subject to severe formal tests of fitness and stamina. Military colleague's like, okay, I'll beat the shit out of you, man. It's like, are you tired? He's like, no. Biographer Lawrence James wrote that the evidence suggests, quote, a strong homosexual masochism. Some of y'all, TBH. He'd fit right in my chat. It's very funny. Well, good for him. Any thoughts on the obsession with Hitler's possible micro penis? The only thoughts I have of it are like jokes that have already been made before that like are funny the first time you hear them, and then not like the seventh time, which is if I were to tell them, it would be the seventh time, which is like at that point, like, you're not really, I'll do the joke anyways. Because if there's a joke that I can steal, when have I not? At that point, like Hitler's reputation has been damaged enough. Like, all you're doing is hurting guys with micro penises. You know, like, like, I don't think anyone is like, this is finally the thing that gets me to turn on Hitler. I've decided this is my line in the sand with Hitler. You're just giving people with micro penises. Your heart isn't in this joke because I'm stealing it. Sounds like a Brace Belden joke. Probably. The hypocrisy was the worst part. It's a classic. Hey Sham, this is too corny not to share. It's funny that they're doing these now. They're doing like streaks for Twitch, which is really the thing that Twitch was needing. To really bring the vitality back to the site that we see in the early Twitch days. Is like Snapchat. I was gonna joke about they should make like Twitch stories, but they probably have them already, don't they? Surely they've already implemented a story system. They have them. Sure, of course. Yeah. I mean, like, there are clips, so it's not crazy. It's just like, does everything have to be Snapchat? Like the app that's original purpose was for the exchanging of nude photographs and also the grooming of minors. Does it have to take over? Do its features have to take over everything on the internet? You know what I mean? Like, you ever talk, like, this happens on dating apps, and this has happened to me in real life, where like a grown man who is like my age or older is like, "What's your Snapchat?" It's like, I'm 28. I don't have a Snapchat. I'm not fucking 18 anymore. Why do you still have a Snap? Who are you talking to that still has a Snapchat that's your age? Because I'm worried about the answer there. When the CEO was demonstrating them, he showed his follower page and it was all Twitch streamers. That's awesome. Respect. Can I say, like, is this like controversial? It's gonna like live stream fail clip, you know, and that I don't understand the pearl clutching about the titty streamer stuff. I mean, maybe I'm in a biased position here, possibly, but like the idea of like, oh, a minor is gonna see that, it's like, it's the internet. Like, it's the internet, man. Like, did you ever have the internet when you, like, can you think of how you were on the internet when you were this age? Whether the presence of Twitty streamers on Twitch would have been like otherwise I was completely shielded from the internet from any explicit content, but then I saw Twitty streamers, and that was my sexual awakening. Like, I just don't think that's very common. Like I understand the website wanting to enforce that sort of stuff for advertisers because it like looks bad. But like, I don't know, like, I think TikTok probably allows for way worse than Twitch, but like, you know, it's weird that it became a thing of like the community was enforcing it, because it's like, why do think of the children? It's like, it's the internet. It's very easy to get access to that sort of thing. Oh yeah, Morkpie is like an innovator. I saw the Dark Souls feet thing. That's so cool. She got a temp ban for that, didn't she? Yeah, because she had like green screened the bottom of her foot and then like green screened on Dark Souls. Like, that is at that point, that's art. Like, that's awesome. My opinion is that a lot of that, like, the anti-Twitty streamer stuff kind of just came from the similar resentment about, like, men being like, oh, women can just start an OnlyFans and make a shit ton of money. And, like, I agree that if you're, like, a particularly good-looking person and you started an OnlyFans in 2019, like, you know, that's like a Bitcoin in 2012 sort of situation. Or, you know, Bitcoin 2011 situation. But like, there's there's such a glut of that. Like, there's such a surplus because a lot of people are having that realization. They're like, I'm hot, and I would like to make money just by posting photos of myself. So it's very difficult to stand out, particularly if you don't have like an audience already, which is like, building an audience is a skill in itself. But it just feels like an extinction of that sort of resentment, that it's like, oh, it's so easy to be like a Western white woman. You just make an OnlyFans and everything is paid for. Electronic music, a lot of male teachers are like showing it's because she's hot, same thing. Because it's like, the extent to which those discourses are true. It's like the quote unquote pretty privilege also affects men. To like, people are generally treated much better. They have better social outcomes if they're conventionally attractive. But also, like, the flip side of the coin there is the flip side of the coin with like conventional female beauty in general is that like the extent to which that resentment is true is like, well, yeah, like oftentimes women are selected because of their physical attraction, and they're treated as only valuable insofar as they are physically attractive, which means if they're not conventionally physically attractive, then they can't hope to get they can't hope to get the thing that a conventionally not physically attractive guy could get. Okay, Clav. That's the thing, like, the reason why looks maxing does well with a certain population, I compared it to, like, the 4chan LGBT, like, trans passing stuff, is that it's, like, it takes a thing that, like, everyone kind of knows, that's, like, clear, that, like, yeah, like, the halo effect is obviously real. But, like, people don't talk about it that much, because it, like, focusing on it, there's really no point in focusing on it, and pointing it out is kind of a social faux pas. There's, like, a, you know, and then they're like, we're the only people who are being honest about this. Everyone knows that you know, particularly if your, like, mind is centered around the internet, we're like, yeah, like, being hotter is it makes your capacity to go viral a lot easier. People have a very online perspective, and they say, like, yeah, like, no one will admit this, but it's true that, like, the only thing that matters, you know, and they do, like, a hyperbole, is physical beauty. Like, we're the only ones who will say it, call it like it is, right? The 4chan trans board and that sort of culture does a similar thing, insofar as they're like, no one will admit that, like, how important passing is, but, like, because they want to be like, well, you know, they want a hug box or whatever, but we'll say it. It's actually so important, and, you know, it's like, well, everyone knows that that's true. Like, the reason people don't talk about it is because, like, dwelling on it in this way is, like, not necessarily healthy, and also it's just like, it's like, everyone understands that that's true. It is why there's a certain response to that, like, 4chan culture that I equally find annoying, because it, like, it implies that there's an attempt to imply that that's not the case. Sometimes I think, like, people will shit on those, like, you know, I'm never gonna make it, I'm such a gigahun, never passer, people, as a way of, like, in the same kind of way that guys who do fuck shit on incels. Because it's like, it makes me feel better being like, well, no, I can fuck. Like, you know, unlike you, I can fuck. It's actually not that hard. Now, the analogy kind of breaks down about the structural cause of these things and how they can be changed and all that. But I do think there is an analogy there, insofar as sometimes people focus on an account that has 10 followers who's making comments like that because it makes you feel good to differentiate yourself. Be like, no, well, I pass. It's not that hard, you know, or whatever. Which is probably a silly thing to tell people. It's a weird pattern of calling out the Musawi shit and acting like they're the next all-knowing thought leader. I think that's true. And I think in the case of, like, I mean, that's, I guess, there's certain in which that's always been the case on the internet. But the way that it works for both of these internet subcultures is that they, like, try to prey on the, like, and I feel like prey is actually correct usage of the term, on younger people, like a 15-year-old who's kind of socially awkward and maybe isn't the most conventionally attractive, particularly, like, comparing themselves to adults whose job it is to be fuckable on the internet, and then, like, and they haven't really worked through the relationship between their physical beauty and, like, the ability to be, like, they're very insecure about, like, oh, I don't know how to socialize, I want to be liked more, and, like, have not worked through the thing they need to work through being an adult about the fact that there is, obviously, the halo effect is real, and obviously it's arbitrary and unfair, but that, you know, there are certain things you have control over, and there are certain things that you don't, and focusing on certain things and framing them in certain ways is very unhealthy and won't actually help you in any way. Like, they haven't worked through that yet, and so it's like you get them with this discourse soon, right away, where it's like, it's only the looks maxers in certain very online internet kids worlds who are directly telling them, like, look, the reason why, to use the incel looks maxer terminology, the Chad and the Stacy are so liked is like, well, they're hotter than you are, and the kid goes like, oh, I guess they are hotter than I am, and they are more well liked, and like they're, you know, it's a very black and white image of the world that like, you know, makes a particular feeling that people have feel validated. Validates a particular feeling that people have. I know how to say words. Even though like it's not entirely true, obviously. Like the clavicular Adam Friedland thing interview where like clavicular genuinely cannot conceive of how Stavros Halkias can fuck. Like he cannot process it. He's like, that's not possible. Like, no, he's not. He's like, look at him. Like, no, I don't. That's not true. Which another thing about Lipke, like he believes it. He believes in the looks vaccine ideology. You know, you could see it, like there's a truth. There's an ecstatic truth to it. Maybe like that's probably the wrong mobilization of that word. It feels right to say like, oh yeah, the only thing that matters is beauty. You know, your life is going to be so much better if you just dedicate your life to being hot. There's a feeling that that like a certain type of insecure person particularly like has, and who's like most vulnerable when they're like a teenager and they're starting to like think about people in like a romantic or sexual way, and they don't know what they're doing and they feel awkward. I can't remember what I was telling you that sentence. That they're quite vulnerable to this sort of explanation, which is wrong. And again, like it's like with both the comparison, like that is a wrong way of looking at it. Because like honestly, you know what? Like, and they use the word jester maxing. I think it's gotten me the most is being personable and caring. Yeah, I mean, like, if you really, I mean that is also true. But like if you really want, she's building up to saying Clav is her son again. There she goes. You know where this ends. I think COVID probably made this worse too. People are more awkward. They were more online. As it made everything worse. Quick explanation for Star versus Jester maxing. Well, it's funny because the looks maxing ideology believes that like, okay, well, everyone is shallow, and like the best way of getting liked, and particularly like, it starts as an incel ideology, but then like has kind of become a bit more generic, and it's like, oh, this can apply to women as well. A lot of incels are perfectly average looking. It's hard to say that they even have dysmorphia as much as like social media porn brain. Everyone is on TRT. But like that is dysmorphia though. That gives you body dysmorphia, doesn't it? But yeah, it's completely fair to tell a lot of this we don't want to talk to women. Absolutely. I mean, it's the same with the 4chan brain people who are like, I'll never pass. Like, look at me, and it's like, I wouldn't want to claim to someone or tell someone that they do pass when like you have your own experiences with humans in the world. But like, it's clearly a situation where it's like there's a world where you put in a reasonable amount of work and then you can be stealth or whatever. It's like that's not totally crazy. You're not far away from that if that's what you want. But the looks maxing ideology is specifically responding to the incel idea of hypergamy, which always makes me think of that like Game of Thrones brain rot video, which I may now have to watch. It's feeding on people's insecurity because a lot of people when they're 15, or, you know, when they're teenagers, they're like awkward. They're trying to, oh, it's in my watch later actually. Yeah. Sorry, I have to pause this discussion. I just pause this discussion. I'm sorry, because I can't stop thinking about when I think of the word hypergamous. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Gods, this is cottagecore. I've half a mind to lop all day and keep going. I have half a mind to lop with you. What do you say? Just two stone-cold true cells, mogging the Cox Road, Trinitar sides, a couple of femboys to warm our pussies tonight. Should have asked me 6-7 years ago. There were Morgoths to win, Freud's to slay. We never had a chance to be true selves. I recall 6-7 chances. Oh, that was that one Floyd. Oh, what was her name? That LTB of yours. Becky, the one who tit-moed so hard you could bury your dead. Stacy. She was one of yours. Stacy. Thank True Adam for Stacy. And her tits. Yours was, Bonnie Blue? No, you told me once, Livy Dunn?
I get all of them. Every single one of these.
Your subhuman's mother.
I get every single one.
Obama must have been a true Eve to make Lord Eddard Stark forget his status pill. You never told me at PSL school. No, will I? We were in a Morgoth. None of us knew if we would make it to a Gotha. You bone smashed too hard on yourself.
The thing is it's so well done. Like, it's actually very well done.
You always have. I swear, if I want your bull, you'd have cooked me already. Worst part about your Chad status.
This is 2008 humor.
Cook you again. Trust me, that's not the worst thing. There was a DM in the night. The Targaryen Foyd got knocked up by Aquaman. What of it? Should we send her a wedding gift? Coughing baby versus atomic bomb. She's little more than a Foydlet. And soon that Foydlet will be hypergamous.
This is why I thought of it. Soon that Foydlet will be hypergamous. It's so fucking funny. Grace, thank you.
And start BPing the realm. Tell me we're not schizo-posting on Maine. What? Schizo-posting on Maine is blackpilling for you? What her father did to your family, that was blackpilling. What Rhaegar Targaryen did to your sister, the Foyd I love.
I am
gay.
Every Targaryen I get my hands on.
Someone had a good tweet about how Robert Baratheon, Bobby B, is like extremely like 40s fat Midwestern dad coded, and one of the reasons for that is that he's like still not over a woman that he was in love with for like 6 months when he was like 22.
You can't get your sausage fingers on this one, can you? This Aquaman. It said he has 100,000 fish in his school. Even 1,000,000 fish are no threat to the realm. As long as they remain fish, they have no legs, Robert. There are still those in the 6-7 kingdoms who call me a grifter.
6-7 kingdoms is fire. That's fire. I'm sorry.
The Targaryen Moid crosses with Aquaman and fish at his back.
It's right there.
The Subbies will join him. He will not ascend. And if he does, we'll throw him back into the Red 40. There's a Morgoth coming, chat. I don't know if it's Clav or the ASU frat leader, but it's coming.
Just fire. And that's gonna age like the r/MLG memes. I mean, it's already aged poorly, but it's been 2 months and it's aged poorly. But the looks maxing people, the reason why they're so obsessed with like, they respond to people's insecurity, their social awkwardness by being like, well, the easiest way of getting liked is by being hot. One of the reasons why they think that is because they believe in the incel hypergamy stuff, which is basically the idea that like, well, because feminism has happened, women can date who they want to, and they only want to date because of, biology or whatever. It's like shitty Evo psych. They only want to date like the Chads, and because men are like, they want to date as men are like, have like a polyamorous brain and they want to have sex with as many women as possible. They'll just like run through all of the women or whatever, which is like at a statistical level, it's empirically how people date is like not true, right? It's a particular image that's like easier to believe because of internet discourse as well. But like that produces this justification for the idea that like, well, you have to be hotter because like you want to be one of the good looking guys who gets to sleep with all the women. Like obviously in reality, like if you want to be more liked in general, the easiest path forward is to personality max, right? Particularly if you're a guy. For women, it's interesting. Ironically, like the looks maxing stuff is more correct for women in terms of like social status. So the thing I said before, where it's like, yeah, like there are certain, particularly like, let's say on social media or like in, like, women are treated much more based upon their looks, right? Like it seems to be a more important determinant. Ugly men or conventionally unattractive men who like are charismatic get away with a lot more shit than conventionally unattractive women who are charismatic. Like that's just so it's ironic. It's ironic that it started as a male, specifically male thing. You can change your personality, yeah, but you could like. That is the thing. Like there, I feel like the people who are like, a lot of the times the people who are the most able to just like make a shit ton of friends, and it's so easy for them to go and enter a room where they don't know anyone and just like start chatting up people and you know, making everyone like them. Where like people who are originally awkward but then kind of became psychotic about like, I want people to like me, and then instead of doing the insane looks maxing thing where they like inject peptides into their face, they're like, how do I like just brute force being a likable person who can make, you know, good conversation and can be charismatic, you know. Yeah, like that's a totally doable thing. You know, a lot of the times in general, when the people who are psychotically good at things initially sucked, but they developed a complex about it. How to win friends and influence. Yeah, I mean, it's people who read stuff like that. I can't say. I feel like that book has become such a meme. I can't imagine. So I got so good at streaming. I guess so. That I originally sucked at it. Yes, because I'm a very good streamer. I appreciate. I feel like I have the don't understand joke autism, where I walk into chatters who are obviously fucking with me. Just like at least 5 times. I need a separate. I need like an autism counter. Which, in all fairness, I'm not formally diagnosed with autism. I've got a couple things. I think. I mean, I know I have a couple things. There's a lot of, as I understand, there's a lot of behavioral overlap between ADHD and autism. You could tell that I wasn't formally diagnosed with autism. Wow. Because that's not what some people say. ADHD is a thing, yes. There's something off. Something ain't right. There's something going on. I feel like my it's on the same gene. Like well, it doesn't exist on a gene, but there is a genetic component to it that increases the likelihood of it, and that's certainly in my family. Something real about the life of autism and gender nonconformity. I mean, it exists empirically. The speculation on why is hard to say. But the ADHD and autism are quite like comorbid. Feels like it is a very normative way of putting it. I feel like I'm in a good spot. My therapist, who I was seeing since like the start of January of this year, was recently like, you know, you don't have to come as often. Like, you seem like you're doing pretty good. Which that's a good sign, right? Like the clinical psychologist who's like, because there were a couple times where she was like, "We should let's keep this going. When can I see you next? Like it's next week, okay?" But at the moment, that means I passed therapy. I think. Isn't it kind of unethical for your therapist, if your therapist is seeing you? Yeah. No, okay. I was going. Is it going to a therapist? You're going to a therapist. Who's the new candidate for Arizona governor? Do you guys know Katie Hobbs messaged me on Twitter once? Do you guys know this lore? This is Tim Heidecker. I haven't clicked more of this. This is Tim Heidecker, right? This is 100% Tim Heidecker. Right?
Arizona, it's time for new leadership. Time for new ideas
okay.
and a new vision for the future of the Grand Canyon State.
It is.
New
This is
policies
okay. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
rooted in common sense values like no taxes for families or companies, friendly regulatory policies.
I've consumed enough Tim Heidecker content
For industries so they can have access to the land so that they may profit and share their wealth with everyone. New bold initiatives like my Seven Wonders Project, which will bring all the seven wonders of the world right here to Arizona. The Great Pyramids, the Eiffel Tower, and many other incredible spectacles will soon make their way to the Copper State, so they may sit alongside our beautiful London Bridge right here in Lake Havasu County, Lake Havasu City. New focus on law and order as we seek to end the corrupt policy of providing safe harbor to companies such as Sizzler, who have been aiding and abetting immoral behavior, allowing some of the very worst to prosper. Currently, there's only one Sizzler left in the state of Arizona. We seek to shut that Sizzler down and become a model for the rest of the country so that we may put Sizzler out of business for good. Our current governor is a joke. Katie Hobbs is incompetent, and corrupt. And she's part of the demonic forces trying to destroy our country. And while I may support the policies of the current Republican government candidate, Andy Piggs, and the woman that's running, they don't seem to have what it takes to turn things around and take this state to the next level. I think it's time for a new voice, a new party, the new party. And as head of the new party, I will be running for governor as a third-party candidate under the new party banner. As the president of the Amato Foundation, I know what it takes to be a leader who can make a difference, as we focus here at the Amato Foundation on family-first entertainment. And as someone who has successfully prosecuted cases in state court, I know the law more than anyone. Look, I'll be honest. I'm new here, but I'm a homeowner and a boat owner, and I had the wisdom to finally say goodbye to California and their
The On Cinema trial is so fucking funny.
Anti-business, anti-family policies.
It's so fucking funny.
My name is New Amato, and I am the only reasonable choice you have. So let me be your next governor. Vote for me in October when we tell the state government of Arizona that we need new leadership.
That's so good. What was I? Oh yeah, Katie Hobbs. It's the most bizarre message I've ever received. I think is it her personal? No, it's like the Katie Hobbs like election. Surely it's not. No, it wasn't her. It was like her election. Maybe the account doesn't exist anymore. Your governor messaged me. Well, it was someone from her like team, her like election team. It was in 2022. They're like, we want to collaborate. I was like, I'm a Canadian communist. Your team needs to do a bit better work. I think they saw like the QAA stuff. and they were like, oh, this is like the hip young, cool lady. I don't think this Twitter account exists anymore. He was like the Katie Hobbs for governor or something. It was her personal, and it wasn't the official one. I don't know. I guess it's gone. So you'll have to take my word for it. The most embarrassing message I've received. The most embarrassing message I received on Twitter was, I can't remember which. It's, you know that like the French coal twink guy was like, are you still a communist? Are you like a liberal yet? I think that's the most embarrassing, like, just in terms of like my personal character on Twitter, to have acted in such a way to receive that. That's probably that's probably the worst one. I can't remember his name. Anyway, watching the Euphoria series finale, no. It's a train wreck, right? Slazak, it's that guy, yeah. No, not the type, the man himself. This is the problem, because I like follow people, and everyone's like, oh, that means that we're going back to like woke one follow shaming. My understanding of Twitter culture now is that we're returning to like all of the scolding in woke one, but like without any of the like public acceptance of LGBT people. Message. They changed the message app. I just remembered you had me blocked for a while. Did you lib out? I'm still a communist, sorry. And he said that's so sad. that was the exchange. So that's great. That happened. This one was funny. I followed this lady who, like, I remember said some insane thing about the Cuba thing, which again, like, people were like looking at my follower. This is why I like don't go on Twitter. People were looking at my follower thing, and they were like, oh, this is clearly someone who Liv Agar is like friends with or whatever. It was like oh, isn't this is one of your friends or whatever? And it was on like the single tweet she made in that was like correct. It was annoying. It was like, if you want, she made a tweet where she's like, how are you anti-capitalist if you like the production of commodities? And someone tried to like follow shame me on that tweet, and it's like, anyway, I wish I could find it, because it was really it's much funnier than just me complaining about a Twitter reply, but I can't find it, so that's fine. Sorry, chat. I don't know. You can see how like the cycle, like Tears in Rain, like Tears in Rain. But I told you all that my favorite one of those from like it was like the blue lady who I like replied to, because it's like, oh, who cares? I don't know. I don't know. That drama was like dumb. I think maybe she said something like silly, reductive about trans men, maybe. And it was odd to generalize about trans men in general from an experience you had with like a non-transitioning transmasculine, where it's like it clearly doesn't cover the broad range of experience you can have. You know, it's like maybe silly, but it's like, who gives a fuck? And I just replied to her selfie like, oh, she's back or whatever. And the funniest like, oh, she's problematic comment I saw from that was someone who was like, I used to run a problematic Twitter account 3 years ago, and she liked one of my posts from back then, I think. Which I think is like the funniest. It's like, that's a banger. Like, that's so like, she agreed with me 3 years ago. Which I do think like demonstrates how like these sort of discourses capture people where they capture them in a certain way that like allows you to justifies you yelling at them being like not only like allowed but like actually morally good. And it's like it would be bad if you weren't yelling at them because
Is that a brown bear?
Posh Kenneth, thank you. You can see how getting involved in this sort of stuff just like makes you way worse. It just doesn't. It makes you. This was the post. I mean, people got mad at this, because this is non-vegan leftists hate veganism because it's the one morally correct position you actually have to put effort into and can't just virtue signal, being like anti-billionaire, which is hyperbole. But like a lot of, I mean, I hate Milo. I'm sure this lady's. Someone is like, you're better than this. And it's like, I don't support. I don't know. That's my problem is I'm contrarian brained. So I'm like, I don't care. I mean, this is like a great tweet. And it's absolutely one of the reasons why you will have people who think that like, who have the, like, for instance, very strict beliefs about like ethical usage of AI, but then are like, oh no, but I just like eat food. I just eat beef all the time, and I don't actually think that it matters. Is it's because it's easy to give up AI because it sucks, and like, of course, yeah, I'm sure you don't have any use for AI. It's like, particularly if you're not like a coder, like it's terrible, like it's shitty. But then you like burgers, right? So actually having, you know, the same moral standards you apply to anti-AI stuff to like things that you like would be difficult, so you don't do it. But then people pretend that the reason that they're not you know, imposing that standard symmetrically is because of some, you know, actual intellectual reason. That it's actually logically consistent. Explaining ethics to an American, yeah, apparently. She's an evil bitch. I'm sure she is. I don't really get invested in Twitter mutuals particularly. When I follow someone, it's because I want to see their tweets, because I'm curious about them. Anyway, do I like Wemby? I'm happy that Wemby won. I had the tweet before. I was gonna tweet like, isn't it? It's cute that New Yorkers think they're actually gonna win a ring this year, but I didn't want to, because it's true. I mean, Wemby's gonna win, and I'm happy. He's a good face of the league. I hope that he becomes the GOAT. He's gonna destroy them. I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, Spurs in 5. Spurs in 5. What the hell is wrong with you? See, I didn't tweet it. I didn't tweet it, but I wanted to. I don't know. The problem with like having any semblance of contrarian brain, and then when you receive like negative feedback on the internet that's like really large and like something that you deem to be like completely unfair and stupid, is that it just makes you worse. It's just like not a good thing to get involved in. It doesn't. Nixon 6, yeah, no shot, buddy. I'm sorry. I also it is insane to me that there are people out there like my impression as well of like being negatively in the spotlight for as little as I have, because it's really not like that much in the grand scheme of things, is that like the people who love doing this and do it all the time like are either just constantly going insane, like it's a bad empanada situation, or they're just like genuinely pathologically like histrionic personality disorder. Because I cannot imagine like reveling in it. It's like such a terrible. You either actively going insane because of it, or it's like you are histrionic. Anyway. You can absolutely feel motherly towards Ben and Panana. That's your prerogative. Anyway. It's all very silly. And I promise you that when I leave, particularly streaming, when I'm not streaming, I really try not to think about this sort of stuff at all. I think I do a pretty good job, particularly when I'm not on the internet. And even like when I post on Twitter, just like not looking at replies. And it's like, I don't know, someone could be saying something about me. It's really the only, once you get into this cycle that you can see that I'm clearly a part of in some way, it's the only way of like not further stalling into it. Is having the self-awareness to be like, this isn't helping me in any way. I'm clearly just like pissing myself off. Because like ContraPoints is a great example. All the original shit that she was like canceled for in like 2019 was like so stupid. It was so dumb. It was like some innocuous joke tweet. It was like using the term boy moding. You know, it was like so... It's a Buck Angel quote. Where like Buck Angel was a lot less bad back then as well. It's just like having a quote, 5-second quote in a video. Where it was like, you know, it was like, who gives a fuck? Like, who fucking cares? You could see like what happened when she was spit out the other end. It's pretty obvious Buck Angel was crazy. She just liked him because she was annoyed. I think she probably just liked him because he was like an old trans figure. It's like a big get to have for a quote in your video. I don't know how antagonistic early Contra was to Tumblr people. I don't think it was especially antagonistic from my memory.
I am gay.
Thank you, real life internet person. Cause she's like a chud now, right? Like all of the stuff where she's just negatively polarized about like speaking about, she polarized herself about like Israel. And then she came out the other end literally being like, I want to unlearn all the leftist theory I've learned because I'm a liberal. Fact to sound my country go crazy because incredibly mild criticism is wild. All his haters have hallucinations of him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. The stuff you see in like lib circles, it is said about Hassan, is it's like, you guys are. Yes, she was part of the Hillary Clinton Girl Boss documentary. That was such a classic. Trying to recommend the Doom Scroll interview. Yeah, What is the Doom Scroll guy's deal? I feel like I know him vaguely. He just seems like he strikes me as just like a neutral interviewer, I guess. Um. Yeah, I know he's like true and on. He's like actual left Joe Rogan. That's actually probably a good comparison. Um. Anyway, it's just very easy to get bogged down in stupid shit when a lot of people are yelling at you, and it does not particularly help you. Especially because it's like that sort of experience and that like cycle. You try to think of like an interesting thing to say about it, and it's like it's not interesting to virtually everyone else who doesn't have to deal with it. It's just like, yeah, we get it. Who fucking cares? And so it's important to you. So you think like, oh, I can make it. This is like what's happening with society, and you probably put, easy to put too much stock in it. Anyway. What else is happening on the internet? Folks, if you should subscribe if you want to give me money. It's much appreciated. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get one free subscription a month that you can use on me. It's fire. This is great. I fucking nailed it. A song gets swarmed? How did he get swarmed? Coffee video with PB. I don't know what those words mean. PBD.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Gullible Robert,
I
thank
had
you.
no idea.
Shout out to
Do whatever you
Robert.
want all the time.
Oh, Voidzilla. Who is Patrick Bet David? That's a thing. That's a person that I know of.
Oh, it's
Posh
okay. I'm
Kenneth, thank you as well.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you, Posh Kenneth. Much appreciated. Baby Carrots as well. Thank you. He's a numbers guy. I know that this is presumably an inside joke. He's a crypto scammer. That's awesome. Oh, this guy. Founder of Valuetainment Media. Hosted. Who is PBD's? No, that's not funny. Sorry. No, that's not funny. Never mind.
Hello, quick update. Patrick Bet David reached out to me shortly.
It's PBD, something that all of my girlfriends just are coincidentally diagnosed with.
After I posted saying that he has
It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. And you know what? It's not true. It's not even true. I'm LARPing.
Hello, quick update. Patrick Bet David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize. He should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not going to make sense what we're talking about unless
Got diagnosed with PPMD last year.
you have that context. He immediately DM'd me and said, hey, look, I want to call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards, unedited, because I want you guys to hear my call with Patrick Bet David. I addressed the apology. You know, you should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme. You promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million.
Takes place.
I mean, he's the crypto guy. It's like you can just do crypto scams now and it doesn't matter. Didn't like Jake Paul scam like millions of, or it's Logan Paul. It's one of the two. I refuse. My brain is not physically capable of learning which one is which.
You know, when
You guys are gonna comment, oh, Jake is the one who did the Logan Paul did the forest, and Jake Paul was that. It's gonna completely it's not gonna stay in my brain. I'm sorry.
When an issue like this comes up,
There's two of them. I know, it's weird.
Come on. Call just dropped? Bro? Hold on, let me call him back. Patrick, how's it going?
okay, I'm good now. I'm in the backyard. Service is good. Go for it.
We're back. Okay, so just to recap the question, you've
Please
got $1
call
million
Jake and Lotus call
coming
Logan,
to
thank
you
you.
from Goliath Ventures. And first of all, I'd like to know where that's money's going. Secondly, you know, a lot of people got hurt by this. You were the number one voice of credibility in all of this, kind of putting this guy on, so to speak. I mean, you know, what do you have to say to people who lost money? I mean, do you apologize to them? Like, what can you do to make it right? All these questions.
Yeah, so look, all valid questions. This is, you know, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago because of this exact reason. We literally stopped. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years. The only place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic...
Is this gonna...
An endorsement, though. You know...
You're right. No, you're right. I agree. And by the way, again, we learned...
Is this just like a 30-minute video of a guy like just digging deeper?
For us, we said we're going to do two...
What's the Simpsons thing where they're digging a hole and it's like, no, dig up, stupid.
What do you call it? The Vault Conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title sponsor stuff that we're doing, where if it's not like a fortune, you know...
I already get the gist. Is this like a standard crypto scam? Or is he, because sometimes like you can do a crypto scam in a way that's like much funnier.
Quick update before you watch this.
Today's the worst day of PBD's life.
Patrick Bet-David just gave the worst possible response to getting exposed. The response was really, really, really bad and is backfiring against him.
All right, we're in the like YouTube media content vortex pipeline where it's like people making videos about videos about videos. I'm getting content milled, yeah. Anyway. Picture as in his thinking room. Oh, is this... Do I know this? Do I know this video? Do I know this photo? This is a Chapo video. Is there... Can I see it in the... No, it's the thumbnail. Fuck. Is this a... God damn it. I clicked on the same fucking... Oh, so sorry, these are much funnier figures than I realized. Because you have Tupac in the thinking room as well. Is that the Shah? I want that to be the Shah so badly. Is that Pavlovy? That's Pavlovy? Oh. He's a royalist? Of course he's a royalist. Of course he's a monarchist. Friedman sitting next to MLK, sitting next to Pavlovy. Beautiful mind. This guy rocks. And then it's like, is that Dale Earnhardt? Did I get everyone? You think so? That's awesome. That's incredible. A painting that has a ton of meaning to me. One of these days I'll explain the meaning beyond the painting. The meaning behind the painting. Like it's a fucking part of the Da Vinci Code or something. Yes, valuetainment is a wonderful portmanteau. That's a sharp mind right there. Yeah, beautiful stuff, folks. Anyway. Probably came up with it in his thinking room. That's true. It's good stuff, folks. What else has been going on? I tried to get my piercing shortened because they're really long. I don't know if you can see that. They told me no. There's a lady who complimented me on my boots when I was there. Which is funny because I stole my girlfriend's boots. As in case if you were here from earlier, you can tell that I'm in like a severe swag gap relationship. Which it's been interesting. It's been a humbling experience. They were like these really tall demonia boots that were like a bit more open on the it's been interesting being in a swag gap relationship where like I am clearly on the lower end of the on the lower end of the swag gap. Where like she just like gets so many compliments when we're just out. People are like, I love your, you know, outfit, I love your tattoos. I'm just hanging out. I'm so brutally swag mogged, it's crazy. That was there was some video, I don't know if I showed this on it was some video of like how to deal with being in a swag gap relationship. It is a problematic swag gap relationship. What was where was this video? It's right. No, I can't find it. Never mind. So yeah, clearly I need to get my swag up, is what I'm saying. I'm looking at getting some sort of tattoo here. I think like getting a flower going around would be cute. Like I think maybe blue goes with the hair. So I've been looking for tattoo artists. Just anything. I need to get my swag up. It's really not a long flower, you know, like a vine or whatever. Should I do a full sleeve? Yeah. Get a cool facial scar. That would up my swag. You're probably right. Broccoli haircut. Yeah. No, that's a good one too. These are really good suggestions. I see. No, I shouldn't take advice from my swagged out girlfriend. I should take advice from my Twitch chat. Where's the septum piercing again? Is that the like? I can't remember where a septum piercing is. Is it nose? Oh, the one right here.
I am gay.
Through to Bobin, thank you. Yep, nice, thank you. My body responds so negatively to piercings. Like it swole so much. It looked like someone punched me in the face when I got these. I'm very sensitive. People hate septum piercings. What is that clip? There's a show that I keep getting clips from, The Industry or whatever. Which is not a Come Town ad. The strict Asian Obama. I love strict Asian Obama as a concept. Why is it not? I couldn't find this while I was typing. There was like strict Asian Obama GIF into Google. But there's some line from this character about a lady who has a septum piercing where it's like, why do you have a ring in your nose? Are you cattle? And unfortunately, it's not what I think about. can't find it. Anyway. Oh yeah, but then there's also like needs to keep the goy cattle credit exactly. The septum piercing theory, right? Isn't that like the conservatives? It's like the theory that if you have a septum piercing, conservatives won't like you anymore. Like you can ward them off. Oh no, it's the inverse. It's conservatives who are mad about septum piercings. It means you're above 18. Oh, is it? But it's the negative. That would be cool. It's interesting. I feel like, is it the only? I feel like people think that people speak about a lot of body mods in a way that makes it seem like it's more politically polarizing or politically polarized than it is. And it feels like there are plenty of like shut it up, particularly women who have like lots of body mods. Is it 80s thinking? You're probably right. I think that something has been so like tattoos are like very normalized now. Cause like wasn't it before like decades ago, like if you had like a sleeve, it would be hard to get like a like tattoos here on your shoulder. Let's say it would be hard to get an office job without like hiding them completely. But that seems to be like really not the case anymore. So it makes sense that they're no longer polarized. I'm sure it's probably the same with... Never on employer care, yeah. It's weird. People are less puritanical. It's weird because it's one of those things where like with the like with what feminism did had an effect on employment. Like ostensibly things are a lot more liberal, but a lot of those evil institutions of power still exist. So you have this like very capitalist ideology of like where we have the evil death machine, but like now you can have blue hair and also pronouns and be the person who's like running it. The person who's like in the bone crusher, you're the person who's running the wheel. It used to, in the 60s, it used to be like only a straight white guy. You can't have any body modifications. You have to be, but now it's like, now he can have a septum piercing and lots of tattoos and be bisexual. Planner having a kick is unfortunate, but given he's an ex-Marine, it was almost certainly for messaging trans sex workers. That's so true. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I think that's funny. That is like the final evolution though, is Chaser Plattner. That's like the final controversy. That's what's gonna is Graham Plattner trade. It's gonna happen, I believe. You have to be working class to be trade. Is this true? Because like there has been a semantic widening with the term trade. So my understanding is it used to be specifically, and it seems like sometimes when I make a joke about someone being trade on Twitter who isn't black, this seems like a usage that is still like by certain parts of the internet aggressively enforced, that there's a specific racial component to it, which it comes from gay black culture. So that's fair. This is a classic. Be careful, no stay out late. No trade tonight from mom. The mom embargo, the mother embargo. Um. So funny, Trump. I do feel like it feels like, I mean, obviously, woke is like not a real thing. Like woke coming back doesn't mean anything. The whole point of like woke as a concept is that it just is defined by conservatives in terms of like whatever I don't like, and particularly whatever I feel like is like threatening my ability to enjoy things. So whether that's like making me feel guilty or it's like preventing me from eating steak, it's like environmentalists are woke. It's like woke coming back means nothing. It's like but I do feel like there's a particular like call out culture on Twitter feels like it's coming back. It feels like it's a lot stronger than it used to be again. But it's, I don't know, I mentioned this before, because it seems like I've felt an uptick in it. Where something that was like so obviously would have been fine a year ago, like, okay, we're now getting people who are mad about this again. But it seems like it's not the case institutionally. Yeah, Jenk was also banned, which is crazy. From Britain. One thing I noticed about call out culture stuff is that it's just very cannibalistic. Usually the people who are like doing call out stuff are equally as problematic as like the people they're yelling at. My favorite example of this I saw, so something I always think of, it's so fascinating. There was some lady who made this weird comment on Twitter because I was getting into Warhammer about like, oh, I bet she's gonna post a game of playing Warhammer with Cloudy in lingerie with her unpainted 1K army. It's like ironic misogyny, I guess. I thought it was funny, so I replied. But then I realized it's like, oh, this lady actually hates me. Like, this is a person who's like actually trying to be mean to me. But like, I remember seeing that lady later being like, it was mad about like the me replying to the blue lady, or it might have been the clavicular thing. It was so interesting that it's like, you think that if you didn't have my audience, people would like be yelling at you at least an equivalent amount that they yell at me. Like, you say problematic shit too. The world where that like tweet that is like obviously misogynistic, but where that one is fine, but all the stuff I say isn't fine, like doesn't exist. You can't have. But they'll like a lot of color culture stuff involves people who are like this, where it's like, well, I say problematic shit, but I'm justified because I found someone who's also problematic, so I can be shitty to them. And it's like, well, if you get enough followers and are specifically embedded in an internet subculture that's like so pro call out, that you start getting enough attention, like you're going to be you're next, right? Like, and it's so funny to see like just repeating the exact same phenomena as like what happened in like 2016 to 2019, maybe to 2020, when call culture kind of started to take a nosedive. Because it's just, you're just doing like, I have plenty of mutuals who did insane call-outs either to me or to other people who I remember who like have disappeared from the internet now because they burnt out in like 2019 after all of their problematic tweets got called out, and because these people cannot respond, they go on the internet to yell at people. Someone comes and yells at you, you're gonna yell back. And it's like you're just, it's gonna happen to you now. Like you've created this new pipeline. No one has learned from anything, and you're just gonna repeat it again.
I am gay.
Every excuse, thank you. Could Siwa eyeing another Meryl run? Left getting her own kids hold opposition. Siwa would make such good. Do you guys see the video, the Mamdani like doctor video with Sliwa? They're so fucking funny. This is unreal. This is so funny. Why is this shot like gay porn? Do you know what I mean? It's got that like je ne sais quoi. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna.
How you doing, doctor?
It's not how I'm doing. How you're doing, young man.
It's
My
the
name
camera
is
height.
Dr. Sertis Klewa.
Dr. Klewa, you said?
Yeah, Dr. Klewa. I'm looking at your name here on the chart. I don't even want to try to pronounce it. Hey, is it okay if I just call you the Z-Man?
Yeah, that's fine. You look very familiar, though.
Were you ever riding the trains in the wee hours of the morning from like 1980 to 1991?
I wasn't, how do you say this, Dr. Klewa, alive.
Okay, young buck. So you're here for a cat allergy shot, huh?
Yes, sir. My wife and I are adopting a cat.
It never stops with one or two. Oh, no, it doesn't. How many shots have you gotten up to now?
This is actually going to be my third shot.
Oh, your third. You know, I got 5 shots in the back of a cab.
Back of a cab?
Well, it's before your time. Doctors Gambino and Dr. Scotti, they did things a lot differently back in the day.
What day was that exactly?
Oh, you ever see Love Story? Oh. Anyway, I don't know if the nurse told you, I'm sort of going through a midlife crisis, you know, changing careers. It's been a little traumatic.
What were you doing before?
Oh, you know, hosting radio shows, protecting parades' right to exist, and most importantly, helping to destroy sinister, old political dynasties. Oh, by the way, it isn't all about me. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a content creator, but I do a little governing on the side. Anyway, first day. You're going to do great, Dr. Klewa.
Don't be glazing me, Z-Man.
Okay.
But hey, I'm a
Classic.
little nervous. I got to be honest with you.
The classic.
Whenever I get nervous, I
Classic
treat myself to a
Sleewa
new grade.
moment.
This one is a new color that the shop just got in. Red.
Oh, looks good on you, Dr. Klewa. Anyway, there's something I have to get to. Do you mind if we get the show on the road?
Oh, no worries. I got a train to go out and patrol. You mind if I put on something that helped get me through cat med allergy school?
No, not at all.
Take it slow, but it's not typical.
Oh, now I know you. You're that guy who couldn't bench press 30 pounds?
It's 31 pounds.
Meow.
Anyway, the Chainsmokers, it's great. It's great. Oh. Okay, I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go play Magic the Gathering. So I'll talk to you later. I'll be back next week. I'm so tired. Yeah. I'll see you all later. Who's streaming? Sasha. Right, Sasha. Go. Talk to you later. Liberty Agar. That's what they're calling me. The live is short for liberalism. Liberalism. I had to have Biden sex dreams. Thank you. I'll try my best.